Hey guys, it's PokeDude here with Misaki, and welcome back to Witch on the Holy Night. So last time we had perhaps the best fight scene in any type of visual novel to date, at least in terms of production values. But now we got to deal with the aftermath of that. The moon did not wait for the dawn to set. The ornamental texture of the fairy tale kingdom faded away. All of the illusions returned to the way they were before. From the ostentatious chords reverberating through the streets, to the puppets welcoming their guests. Peace and quiet reigned once more over a forgotten kingdom, never to be awakened again. Out flickered the embers of a late night dream. Even the electrical lamps that illuminated the park. Together they watched it disappear. Sojiro lay on the ground, desperately gasping for air like a fish out of water. The curse of the exploding egg had numbed his pain, and he was understandably exhausted after all that he had experienced. It looked like he could be blown away by the lightest of breezes. While Aoko was also exhausted, she was still in better shape. Focused on taking deep, even breaths, she was already working to recover her strength.
So,
She addressed Sojiro indifferently as her gaze remained on the amusement park. The abruptness of it was a bit theatrical in nature. She wanted to look at him as she spoke, but her pride was simply too great.
you did something kind of amazing, didn't you?
The moment she had accepted death had seemed like an eternity. She was beside herself in shock at how indifferent she had been as the shards rained down from the moon. But a reassuring voice had snapped her back into reality.
Why did he do it? What was he thinking? What moronic things did he have to do to pull it off?
She had no answers for these questions, lying on the ground as she was. All she knew was that he had more than made up for his failures in the House of Mirrors and then some, in those fateful final moments. She addressed him hoping to find answers, but found herself unable to probe any further. To dig any deeper would feel like defeat, which is why it was so unlike her to ask him in the first place. Lucky for her, Sojiro had neither the capacity nor sensitivity to understand how egocentric she was being. Amazing. You were pretty amazing, Aozaki. He stuttered between labored breaths. He was taking so much effort just to breathe that he could not address her properly. She watched him out of the corner of her eye. Thinking back on it, the boy had performed the same role each time. Each and every time, he did what he could in spite of his fecklessness. It was far more admirable that her nearly suicidal tactics, even if she did defeat her opponent. He did not even recognize how extraordinary his last act of courage was. Here's an idea. If I help you kill that thing, will you let me go? At the very least, he had the courage to keep trying whatever he could. A spectator might have viewed him as a supporting actor. His actions were not exactly memorable. The lead actress he supported did not see it that way.
Well, I don't really want to admit it to myself, much less say it out loud, but
Such inspired actions were wasted in a supporting role. This guy really pulled off the impossible. It was so amazing that she wanted to shout it as loud as she possibly could for all the world to hear.
wow.
Aozaki?
God, he's so innocent, it makes me want to barf.
All I could do was sigh. How could she not? Even she was forced to admit that the way he'd snatched her from the jaws of death was dashing.
I must be getting soft.
Truth be told, he was a lunatic for doing what he did. She steadied her breathing and composed herself. She was in bad shape, and she had her pride as a mage to consider, which was why she needed to maintain an air of dignity when making a proclamation.
Shizuki, I originally meant to let you off the hook for today only, but I'm willing to let the whole thing go. For the time being, I've decided to let you live.
She hastily extended her right hand. It was either to shake his or to help him up. However, Sojiro did not take her hand, but instead stood up on his own. This night, despite the sheer insanity that he had just experienced, his face had not once looked as incredulous as it did now.
Something wrong?
She stammered, worried that she had deeply embarrassed herself. Sojiro's gaze was fixed upon Aoko. The problem had dawned on Aoko. Though she normally hated being stared at, this time she did not mind. Rather, she was enjoying the warmth in his eyes and felt like it was something she could almost come to appreciate. Don't you get it? This isn't just about friendship, and I didn't mean he only likes you either. Believe me when I say that Sonoji really... That's, Aoko. Conversation came rushing back. Was memory better left forgotten?
No, not happening.
Pushing Tobimaru's words out of her mind, Aoko returned to Sojiro.
Don't get any ideas. I don't care about you in the least.
Puzzled, Sojiro tilted his head. You already told me how much you dislike me. He responded matter-of-factly to her sudden declaration. She certainly had pointed that out, and to his face no less. He had a mere figure of speech that he was not meant to take literally, but now was not the time to belabor the point.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, you shouldn't get your hopes up no matter how far you've fallen for me.
Get belabor she did anyway. Aoko blushed slightly, realizing how inane she was being. She wondered how she'd ended up in this position. And yet she knew that she had to get this off her chest. All that was left was to politely wait for his response.
I can't date you.
Such heartbreakingly painful words were too much for the simple boy to hear. His shoulders slumped as if the world was coming to an end, or so Aoko thought. On the contrary, Sojiro was sitting there in deep thought. Did you just say, I'm in love with you? Sojiro remembered the words as if they were a magic spell. She shot right back with the affirmation. After a moment of deep contemplation, the boy turned to the expectant girl and said, Why do you think that? He had to be joking, but he was not. He was completely serious.
So...
He liked her, but he didn't like her. Of course, the vice president had jumped to conclusions. The boy had no interest in romance. He probably didn't even know what it was.
So...
She was incredibly embarrassed by how confused Sojiro still appeared to be. Her rosy complexion spread throughout her entire body. I'll ask again, but why do you think that?
That's what I want to know! You freaking moron, Tobimaru.
Just like that, she had lost her cool and given into an unjustifiable outburst. It was time to seal off the area and destroy all evidence. Aoko's embarrassment devolved into sheer panic, and her grudge against Tobimaru suddenly manifested as criminal assault. She lashed out with a punch that could have taken down a bird mid-flight. More specifically, it was a brutal right hook.
Oh,
Aoko blinked. Her blow had connected with something solid, snapping her out of her reverie. Her temper had lashed out at the completely defenseless Sojiro. Had been a splendid blow with all her weight behind it, knocking him out cold. Sojiro groaned, crumpling to the ground. Her punch finished the job that the curse had started. If not for the discomfort on his face, he appeared almost to be sleeping. Aoko convinced herself that he was napping, not concussed.
well, whatever. It was always gonna end like this anyway.
The tension in her shoulders eased away as she looked down at Sojiro. A ton had gotten in her way over the course of today, but the day was saved for now. With nobody left to butt heads, she felt exhaustion finally overtake her.
How the heck am I gonna walk home like this?
Her fatigue was enough to make her complain out loud. When she thought about it, she realized that this was the first time she had used up all of her magical energy, and the first time she had participated in a battle of this scale without any prior preparation. Though in truth,
It would have ended in a mutual destruction if I'd been alone.
she felt somewhat proud as she whispered those words. Normally, it was something that she would beat herself up over. But instead, she simply shrugged her shoulders with a bitter smile. After all, it was thanks to the person sleeping by her side.
Hey, you can hear me, can't you?
As if the night had swallowed her voice before it reached him, she received no response. Confident, she continued in an even quieter voice.
So, thank you. You really got me out of a jam there.
Of course, there was no response from Sojiro, and she was not expecting one. Saying it for the record was enough. Aoko watched Sojiro sleep for a while and then pulled something out of her pocket. It was a palm-sized glass bottle her roommate had given her, which she opened with a pop.
But none of this matters.
Leaving behind words colder than a winter chill at night, she called out his name. She barely sensed the bottle moving. As the silhouette of the fallen boy appeared to blur, she got the feeling that the weight of the bottle had increased slightly.
Whoa, that's kind of weird.
What happened to be a human form could clearly be seen inside the glass, what appeared to be a human form. Alice Kuonji's tools were mystics that confounded even the most knowledgeable of mages. As soon as Aoko tried to analyze them with logic or reason, she was already out of her depth. Knowing this all too well, Aoko closed the bottle and watched the boy disappear as if by some magic trick.
Geez, this is no stage trick. It's actually magic. It's actual magic.
She muttered as she looked into the magic bottle. Its weight had not changed significantly, and she had no idea how it worked. The one thing she did know was that there was a human being inside of it. Its weight was almost unnerving, closer to empty air than a human being. It was about as heavy one would expect if they bottled a summer breeze. Thought that did fit her image of Sojiro perfectly.
It's just like Alice said.
She muttered to no one in particular as she recalled the past.
This really isn't like me.
Aoko wore a bittersweet smile. Her usual moodiness was gone. It was a dangerous world out there. It was good to have someone to keep her on her toes. With a wry chuckle, she flicked the magic bottle with her finger and set off walking.
Well, it's a good thing she knows where he lives.
Yeah. She could hear a bell in the distance, signaling the end of the play. An ephemeral dream gave way to reality. In the grand scheme of things, it had been but an instant. As the actors exit stage left, the last of the lights silently flickered out. And so the long-dead amusement park played its final role as a memory for a boy and a girl. Okay.
I want to see how big this book is going to be.
I think it's the same size as the other one. Yep, see, it's So at the end of the stream yesterday, I said I wasn't sure if the rest of the scene was 10 minutes or 20. Looks like it was closer to 20.
Way between the two.
Yep. Chapter 6, Like a Dog.
He was still in a deep sleep. It all seemed to blaze in a mad, fiery red. Unbearable idle thoughts. Incessant obstinacy. Melancholy sights and gloomy, bittersweet talk. Fickle wickedness born of human interaction. Namely, the voice of a forsaken coexistence. This, however, was the scenery of a world far removed from that. If there were those praying this was paradise, then there were likely also those lamenting it as the underworld. In a decade, or perhaps longer, this would all change, but for now, the autumn leaves remained yet untrampled by human souls. It was scenery he knew well. Life in the mountains was humble and modest. There were no conspicuous buildings among this wilderness he called home. They gathered and stockpiled only what they needed to survive without pillaging the land. Serpentine trails could be seen woven through the fields, and the stone steps leading to the summit were obscured by the forest, only visible once upon them. The mountain inhabitants probably intended it that way. There was no sign of mankind's exploitation among the mountain landscape. He suddenly remembered that this was the season he liked the most. Or rather, it suited him the most. There was much to be done to prepare for winter, but whenever he had a free moment, he would make his way toward the mountaintop. Gazing idly at the setting sun while breathing deep the crisp autumn air was probably the second favorite of his daily joys. It relaxed him, the cold but comforting wind at dusk, and the way the sunset dyed the peaks of a vibrant crimson. Not 2 months had passed since coming down from the mountains, and already it pained him that the memories had begun to fade. Someone once told him that memories fade every day, so the best you one do is make as many new ones as possible.
Oh my god, these typos.
Recollections grew hazy. A new place to live meant the beginning of a new life. He wasn't sure if he was reluctant to let go of the scenery he'd cherished for so long, or if he'd merely been spoiled by it. Despite his new home in a city surrounded by tall buildings, he felt guilty for wanting those memories alone to remain clear in his mind. Either way, he had to make the best of a fresh start.
What kind of man thinks more about where he came from than where he's going?
He contemplated.
Oh, this is a dream.
He tried to stop himself from indulging in uncharacteristic sentimentality. It wouldn't be a dream if it was easy to understand. The moment he realized that he was dreaming, angular shadows began to rise from the autumn colors. They were concrete buildings, previously unknown and yet familiar to him at the same time. This was how his current life was washing away his memories. Struggle as he might, there was no stopping the degradation of human memory or its impressions. It was merely a fact of life. By nature, humans lived in the present over the past. Eventually, even his most cherished memories would be swallowed up by the buildings. It was neither cruel nor heartless. If they were sure to disappear, then for now he would content himself with dreaming about the memories he could clearly recall. Whether in the mountains or in the city, the days flew by. Yesterday's scenery was not the same as today's. And such, she had given him no time to grieve. Distant nostalgia was beautiful, but that made it fleeting.
Yo, hey, you're no Mirage Nudo Aozaki. I can't talk my way past you.
Faint dizziness made him close his eyes. Without sight, the mountainous landscape vanished, but in its place, a familiar voice could be heard.
Oh, it's Miyagi, not Mirage. Okay.
It was a booming voice that seemed to shake not only the mountainside he stood upon, but the entire mountain as well. Of course, Aoko Aozaki reappeared, towering in the distance. He must have been tired, he thought, diagnosing himself while trying to make out what she was saying. Fearing the vertigo would return if he reopened his eyes, he decided to keep them closed. It sounded like she was arguing with someone, though the tone was all he could make out. It wasn't violent, but certainly aggressive. Maybe she was picking a fight with another mountain across the way. He wouldn't put it past her. After all, she was a troublemaker who blew up the moon. He couldn't quite grasp the conversation. Though somehow, vaguely, he had the sense that his human rights were being largely ignored. It was deeply unsettling, even for a dream. After several minutes, it seemed that the high-impact argument ended in Aoko's victory. Then suddenly, the boisterous voice faded. Praying everything would be back to normal, he opened his eyes. He took a deep, slow breath. The scenery was a far cry from the nostalgic dreamscape he had just left, albeit not unpleasant either. Without a doubt, it was the amusement park. To him, his was his freshest memory. He recalled the house of mirrors that Aoko Aozaki destroyed. The park was a flawless replica of reality, but he was the only one there. Without having to worry about anyone chasing him, he sat down on the wreckage of Kitsy's rides and looked up at the moon that should have been shot down. The winter moon shone like a jewel. It was layered over the figure of the girl who tried to kill him. If a mage was a witch, then she definitely fit the bill.
I don't mind being killed.
Such an absurd thing to say, but it spilled out of him so naturally.
Well, maybe.
That had nothing to do with witches or magecraft. There was an echo in the gaps of his heart. If she had not spoken those words, then he would not have responded as he did. In that moment, what had Aoko Aozaki said to him? As he tried to remember, his deep slumber drew to an end. And with that, his chance to find the answers he so wished he could find. Sojiro woke up in an unfamiliar room, gasping. Not because the plush mattress he was on was softer than his apartment's cheap futon, or because everything from the carpet to the wallpaper looked expensive. Bewildered, he tried to catch his breath. She was the cause of his surprise. The moment Sojiro's eyes snapped open, there she was, the girl dressed in black, sitting at his bedside. Silence was deafening. Still supine on the bed, Sojiro gazed at her. His impulse was to sit up, but he refrained, thinking it might be rude to be at staring at the person sitting next to him. She was just sitting there in a chair, dressed in black, modest clothes. Still, she projected an air that was anything but plain. Her monochrome outfit evoked indescribable elegance, like a costume handmade just for her, from the finest fabrics. It was enough to inspire poetic sentiments even in Sojiro. The girl continued to sit, completely motionless. Without realizing it, Sojiro had stopped breathing. Genuine astonishment had him captivated. Such beauty! It was the first time he had ever thought to use such a simple, plain expression to describe another human being. She was a daffodil in perfect bloom, or the ideal female form seen only in dreams. Well, now we know his type. This quality was something to be cherished and admired in her. It was different from Aoko Aozaki's blindingly radiant vitality. After all, the flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long. And there was no way this girl would be allowed such a happy ending. Her life was a solitary fable of someone who left the world in exactly the same way they entered it. With her humanity stolen at birth, hers was an existence not of this world. The more beautiful something was, the more tragic its fate. Growing up in the mountains, this was not something Sojiro was taught, but something he learned from experience.
It looks like she's sleeping.
Sojiro turned his head as though he was being lured in. He knew it was rude to stare, but he couldn't fight his instincts. Then, this time, his heart actually skipped a beat. She was not asleep at all. Expressionless, she was merely watching over him while he recovered. Sojiro froze, unable to turn his head away or think of something clever to say. It was like staring into her eyes turned him to stone. Perhaps because of her delicate features, she looked somewhat younger than him. On the other hand, her tranquil expression made him feel like she was older. Jet black hair just to her shoulders. Her large eyes that were set like onyx stones, matching her hair. Devoid of emotion, her gaze stayed fixed on Sojiro. Even after their eyes met, she did not turn away. He wanted to speak but could not find the words. It was not unlike a frog being stared down by a snake. Nevertheless, he just could not bring himself to say something. Additionally, no matter how carefree Sojiro might have been, he was painfully aware that this girl was as powerful as Aoko. Less talkative, to be sure, but still powerful. Objectively, the scene was not unlike that of someone nursing a bedridden stranger. He had no idea what she may have been thinking about, but it seemed to him that this harsh silence might last forever. All he could say for sure was that the quiet girl did not appear to bother, the quiet did not appear to bother her in the slightest. It was like some bizarre form of punishment.
If this is some kind of test from Aozaki, it sure is elaborate.
He thought, keeping his eyes on the girl. He felt like the moment he turned his head or blinked, she might stab him in the chest with a hidden blade. And not because his imagination was running away with him. In the stifling silence, it was only natural that Sojiro would think back on what had happened in the amusement park, and it made him uneasy. But stronger than any anxiety was his fascination with this girl. Her slender frame and milky white skin. The chill of her guarded stare, the warmth of her lingering femininity. It was the mixture of those two latter qualities that was almost magical. He stared at her for so long, he began to get the feeling that they had met somewhere before. Sometime before the conflict at Kitsyland. He could not quite put his finger on it, but he was sure he had seen her previously.
I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, but...
His voice shattered the frozen silence in the room. He almost felt sorry for making noise as he spoke out to her. But they could not very well just sit and stare at each other forever. Though he might have been the only one thinking that they were staring, and perhaps she thought that they were glaring at each other.
Where am I, and who might you be?
She narrowed her eyes slightly, though apparently not out of offense. There was no response. Just as he was thinking it would have been better to keep quiet, she quietly raised her hand. This is yours, is it not? Her voice was cold but melodic. A white piece of cloth was wrapped in her fingers. There was no need to tell him what it was. He was conscious enough to recognize his own possessions. Sojiro sat speechless as she tossed it to him. Picking it up, he wrapped it around his neck. Does Aoko know about that? He looked away in response to her blunt question. Distracted by something unrelated. She called Aoko Aozaki by her given name, which led him to believe that the mountain Aoko had argued with in his dream was actually the girl beside him.
I'm not sure.
Sincerely as he could, he answered without presumption. There are things that should be known and things that not need be. There are also things that should be told and other things that must not be. Sojiro was not exactly sure what that she was referring to, however.
But maybe it's better that way.
He smiled slightly at her question. Perhaps impressed by his response, the overwhelming pressure in the room dissipated noticeably. Or maybe she had been more nervous than he was the entire time. Projecting the image that his room was her domain is a tad too strongly. The tension faded. Sojiro tried to sit up and prop his arms beneath him. Now that they were talking, it seemed awkward to stay lying down. However, his body felt strange as he tried to move, and it surprised him how difficult it was to sit up. It took everything he had just to raise his upper body into a sitting position.
Huh? I'm still in my clothes.
As he threw the covers back, he tilted his head quizzically.
I'm sorry, this is such a nice bed, too. I shouldn't be in my clothes under the sheets. What a waste of a good bed.
Well, it's better you wear clothes than be, fully nude there, right? She stared at him, not expecting him to complain about not wearing pajamas while sleeping. Somehow, it appeared that he had done something to surprise her.
But why? I didn't do anything.
Pouting a bit at the unwarranted curiosity, he turned to face her. Although he was still mostly laying down, it was at least a more dignified position.
So, any chance you'll tell me?
Indeed, he needed to find out where he was and who she was before anything else. Actually, the more he thought about what happened at the amusement park, the more he got a sinking feeling in his stomach. Perhaps finally getting through to her, she calmly moved her arm from behind her back when... Once again, they silently locked eyes. Thump, thump, thump. There was a startling sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. They both had a pretty good idea of who it was. Alice, you promised. Just as expected, Aoko Aozaki burst through the door with a thunderous roar.
She entered wearing her school uniform, her long hair flowing behind her. Her breathing was heavy and her forehead was wrinkled by a scowl, granting her a demonic appearance.
Alice.
This girl named Alice scowled slightly in response. She may have even let a sigh of disappointment slip out.
Aoko, home early, I see.
Her calm voice was the polar opposite of Aoko's. Needless to say, her voice dripped with a brazen coldness.
That's because I know you all too well. Over the past 2 years, I've come to expect how quickly you jump to conclusions. You might act mild-mannered, but as soon as things don't go your way, the veil drops. Oh dear, you make it sound so scandalous.
Effortlessly, she brushed aside Aoko's jab. In doing so, Sojiro had the distinct impression that she no longer even realized he was in the room.
Ha! Let the record show that I've lost count of how many times you've gone back on your word. I'm tired of hearing the same old story after the fact. I know I said I would leave it to you, but after careful consideration, I decided to take care of it myself. I may have come to terms with your short fuse, but the least you can do in return is to trust your partner to set things right, no? You're right, we wouldn't be partners otherwise. Though, you're hardly one to talk after unilaterally deciding our plan from here on out. We've been over this already. We won, okay? Besides, who was the one who said that we should let him live if he escaped? Yet again, you've gone back on your word, Alice. Oh, don't tell me. Next you'll be saying that's the reason you can't let sleeping dogs lie.
Alice frowned slightly and fell silent. Her housemates seemed to have struck a nerve that Alice herself did not know was there.
Anyway, we agreed to decide what to do with him when he wakes up after hearing him out, right? So stop trying to flip the script every time my back's turned. Speaking of which, aren't you supposed to be at school? It's noon already. I remembered you only had your school's end-of-term ceremony today, so I told them I had to leave early for personal reasons. This is so warped. I have finals coming up, for goodness sake.
Aoko grumbled, more to herself than anyone else in the room. Then she locked eyes with Alice. Or more accurately, they glared daggers at each other. The room had become tense once again, and it felt like a fight could break out at any moment. With no escape, Sojiro had no choice but to sit and watch. But then, the electric silence that seems like it would last forever suddenly broke about a minute later. Apparently, the sort of clash was an everyday occurrence.
I'll be in the drawing room. Explain the circumstances to him.
Alice stood up in front of the chair and made for the door. Watching her go, Sojiro cocked his head. In her hand was what could only be described as a fruit knife? He had no other words to describe the tool she was clutching.
Alice, I hate to ask, but what's in your hand?
Aoko asked Alice as she walked past.
A dagger. What else?
Alice answered expressionlessly before briskly walking out of the room. Sojiro thought it best not to think too deeply about the scene he had just witnessed.
Good call.
I guess back to his view.
Great. The girl in black had withdrawn, and along with her the feeling of tension. Leaving a bedridden Sojiro alone with an Aoko still dressed for school.
Oh wait, no, Aoko's still here, so... From Sojiro's perspective, this was a perfect chance to get answers to his ever-growing list of questions. My head's spinning, Aozaki.
I'll bet. I'll explain everything in order, so just shut up and listen. I see the facial paralysis is gone and your breathing has stabilized. It looks like you're through the worst of it.
She nodded, satisfied, as she took a seat.
How do you feel?
A bit sluggish. He answered meekly, dropping his shoulders. He opened and closed his left hand a few times, but moving his fingers felt slow and awkward. It was clear he was still in bad shape. Meanwhile, Aoko was blinking her eyes in wonder. Or was it admiration? Between Alice and Aoko, Sojiro did not know which of the girls was the harder to read.
Well, you're bound to feel a bit sluggish. Lying in bed for 2 days straight would make anyone feel weak. But I never thought you'd be well enough to speak. You're a lot tougher than you look.
2 days? 2 days?
It's been 2 days. Don't worry about the school. I submitted a notice of absence. In the meantime, Alice and I dispelled the Gander curse and Dumpty poem.
Sojiro nodded at the word curse, as if recalling it suddenly. It was all coming back to him now.
What's wrong? You look troubled by something.
I just forgot everything that really happened is all. Was I really asleep for 2 days? Getting cursed is pretty scary.
You're as cool as a cucumber, aren't you? It's as if the 2 days on death's door hasn't changed you a bit. Do you realize you're one step away from becoming a vegetable for the rest of your life?
Wait
just a second.
Was it?
Oh, wait.
Wait just a second. Was it really that bad?
It was, and I guess you're proof that ignorance is bliss after all. Anyway, what's done is done. Be sure to thank Alice later. I couldn't have lifted the curses without her help.
Sometimes bliss is overrated. Oh, and yeah, you said the name Alice. Was that girl Alice? Was she the one who, tried to kill us at the amusement park? Aoko replied that it was. She was sitting by my side for ages. Is this her room or something? Sojiro scanned the room again. He was not accustomed to sleeping on anything other than a futon, and the room looked especially foreign to him.
No, this is just a guest room. It hasn't been used in forever, hence the dust over everything. More importantly, what did you and Alice talk about?
Well, we didn't really talk so much as... He brought his hand to his mouth and recalled a few words they exchanged. As Sojiro said, calling it a conversation would be a gross overstatement. And yet, thinking back to it, it seemed like they had talked for hours, which brought an uncomfortable smile to his face. But it's fine. I'm no longer worried. Although, it would have been nice if you had come a little later, Aozaki. Aoko narrowed her eyes at his innocent slip of the tongue. She knew Sojiro did not mean to treat her like a nuisance, but nevertheless, she found it hard to take the full brunt of the words he said to her face. Even worse, she sensed she was getting used to his manner of speaking.
So that's why you really have a knack for surviving by the skin of your teeth, don't you?
He tilted his head, clearly confused.
I'm saying you did something to please Alice. That's the reason you're still alive.
No matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp what she was getting at. He decided to change the subject to something else. By the way, where are we exactly? I asked the other girl, but she wouldn't tell me. You can tell me, right, Aozaki?
You're inside Misaki's infamous haunted house, but you can call it the Kuonji estate. And that girl, that's Alice Kuonji. This is her mansion, which happens to be the place I currently call home. After the other night, I, brought you here. You don't remember, do you?
Something about the way she said that made him feel uncomfortable. Kuonji, I've heard that name before. Hey, I know, some old guys in the shopping district were talking about it. The Kuonjis are a rich and famous family or something.
Don't you dare say that in front of Alice. If you want to live here in peace, that is.
Confused yet again, Sojiro tilted his head for what seemed like the 100th time that day. And once again, he had heard something to make him feel uneasy. Aozaki, did you just say...
Shizuki, I have very little patience for liars, idiots, and people that make me repeat myself. Do your best to remember that if you want to enjoy your stay here.
With her best smile, Aoko made her threatening proclamation. Needless to say, it caught Sojiro completely off guard. I suppose I misheard you, because I could have sworn you said something about me living here. He shot her an honest stare of disapproval. It was the best resistance he could muster. But it was not the slightest effective... It was not in the slightest effective against Aoko's overpowering, ruthless glare.
The quicker you understand the position you're in, the better it'll be for you.
You mean? He considered her words carefully. He wanted to openly express his feelings on the matter, but instead he swallowed his words and shook his head. Despite his typical inability to read people's emotions, he at least seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. It appears that he finally realized that it was his carefree mood that typically got on Aoko's nerves.
My mistake. I forget there's no use beating around the bush with you. Fine. I wanted to give you time to think, but we're way past that, so I'll just come right out and say it. Listen to me, Shizuki. As of now, you're being placed under our supervision. You'll be living here together with us for the time being. Naturally, I reserve the right to decide whether you live or die.
So you were saying earlier about how she knows where he lives?
Yeah, she sent him a letter.
Well, now he lives here. What? The blatant tyranny in her voice caused him to sputter. He wished that she would stop smiling in an attempt to make it seem any less outrageous. But live together with you? It was not the faint expectation of living under the same roof with Aoko that had him flustered. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about his own safety. Regardless of how good-natured he was, it seemed he finally had come to grips with the fact that he just escaped death. You can't be serious. That's like seeking warmth next to a bear before it goes into hibernation. Aoko agreed, as blunt a comparison as it was.
Once in a while, you have some pretty accurate metaphors, you know? But I'm glad you figured it out. Make a wrong move or break a rule, and I'll end you for real this time. Plus, it's just me and Alice you'd be living with. She has way less common sense than I do, so if you're not careful, you'll wind up dead by her hands too.
Aoko was 100% serious. It was her sincerity that made it all the more believable. No. Obviously, there was no way the victim, Sojiro, could accept these terms. Wait a minute, you're not making any sense, Aozaki. You say I'm under your supervision, but why is that necessary? If you think about it, I haven't even done anything wrong. So there's really no point in keeping an eye on me. This has to be a misunderstanding. Are all mages like you, Aozaki? Arrogant and selfish were the words that the harmless boy's gaze seemed to imply. Aoko felt a headache coming on. Due to his innate easygoing persona, Sojiro had not thought to question that Aoko being a mage was out of the ordinary.
That's the problem. We need to keep an eye on you so you don't go around saying things like that and blow our cover, you dunce.
Aoko flew out of her chair. She had been doing her best to keep her cool, but it seemed her well of patience had finally run dry. Witnessing Aoko snap, Sojiro clapped his hands together. Oh, now I get it. The reason you tried to kill me was because you had to hide the fact that you're a mage. Okay, if that's the case, then I get it. You're monitoring me to protect your secret, and not taking my life is your way of throwing me a bone.
I mean, those aren't the words I would use, but sure. It sounds a bit harsh when you put it that way.
But isn't this all a little unrealistic? I have school and work to go to. I can't stay locked up inside this house all day. In an instant, Sojiro's objectivity had her stumped, leaving her at a loss for words. He honestly had no idea what position he was in. To believe that he had any sort of freedom at this point was shocking, to say the least.
Just breathe, Aoko. If anything, this will speed things along.
Aoko somehow managed to compose herself. As a matter of fact, she never had any intention of imprisoning him. Stripping him of his freedom and incarcerating him would go against their agreement anyway. Besides, if she was going to go that far, would it be easier just to kill him? To Aoko, letting him live meant showing a modicum of respect to Sojiro's way of life. You're not saying... Wait, don't tell me I can't even leave this room. A light bulb went on in his head as he blurted out what he was thinking. It appeared he had finally got the grim message. Aoko looked somewhat satisfied at his dismay.
Relax. Locking you up would actually be more trouble than it's worth. Your freedom was taken into consideration. To what degree you are free will be left to the discretion of Alice and her abilities. So you won't have to worry about that.
A gloomy look fell over Sojiro's face as he found his concern growing by the second.
Alright, look. Sparing your life is based on the premise that you will live in the house under supervision, and that's only until a more permanent solution is found. It's a lot more amicable than just disposing of the witness, don't you think? At any rate, this is my way of keeping our promise, so no complaining. This Cold War I'm waging with Alice is enough of a headache already.
She sighed as she stared Sojiro down as he lay on the bed.
But make no mistake. Your status here is of the lowest of the low, even lower than a dog's. Since that night, I'm the one to decide whether you live or die, which means you belong to me now. Is that clear enough for you?
Is that Alice finished as Alice?
Wow, Alice!
As Alice finished her declaration, Sojiro suddenly looked up at the ceiling so she would not notice his reaction. He meant no offense to Aoko, but he had to hide the fact that he fundamentally disagreed with her analogy. In Sojiro's opinion, it was disrespectful to both dogs and humans to call him lower than a dog. A more accurate analogy of their power dynamic would be that of a rabbit and a wild boar, hence why he chose not to voice his opinion. This opinion. Unlike his apartment, the ceiling here was decorated with ornate patterns. Putting aside how he would be treated here, in terms of lodging, it was a definite upgrade. Maybe it would not be all that bad. Sojiro nodded slowly, as if to persuade himself. And...
For the time being, I decide to let you live.
That is what she had told him, not 2 days ago. Well, I don't really accept what you're saying. I understand my position. I remember what you promised me now. There are lots of things I could disagree with, but I admit you did promise me at least that. Are you really serious about me living here with the two of you? I know you're pretty easygoing, but that girl seems pretty against it, and I'm not exactly... At that point, he zipped his lips. Aoko's eyes were tinged with bloodlust.
Oh, please excuse me. I'm sorry to hear that you're dissatisfied with the arrangement.
Her contrived smile, so obviously forced, struck despair into Sojiro's heart. Come to think of it, he vaguely recalled her warning him not to make her repeat herself. Furthermore, as a practical matter, Sojiro Shizuki's life was now in the hands of Aoko Aozaki. It would be unwise to anger her further. He told himself as if speaking to a third person. Not all. I mean, what choice do I have anyway?
None.
Aoko said with a firm nod of her head. Sojiro slumped his shoulders in surrender. Alright.
Alright.
I understand you now, Aozaki. Just let me ask you this one thing. Do I have any human rights?
Poor little Shizuki. You never had any in the first place. Now stop wasting my time with stupid questions.
Sojiro reflected upon her answer, now feeling like his question was indeed stupid. He should have already known the answer before he asked. That's what I thought. I had a feeling this was going to happen, even before waking up. His muttering provoked a dubious stare from Aoko before she quickly retracted it. If she questioned every little thing he said, they would be there until sundown.
Well, as long as you understand. Now, we need to get down to the brass tacks. Let's move to the drawing room. I have a ton of explaining to do. Can you stand up on your own?
I was able to move my hands earlier, so blood is at least flowing. I should be able to walk.
Good. You'll be fine then.
With that, she turned her back and walked away from him. He had seen this bold form of hers many times before. Instantly, the memories flashed back to him like lightning. I remember now. This is the Aozaki I know. Without knowing it, he cracked a smile. He was so lost that he did not know his left from his right, but recalling this alone was enough to calm him. The Aoko he knew was different from the one in the House of Mirrors. She was not that brooding girl he saw there. He felt a pang of nostalgia. The Aoko he knew was brisk in movement and unfaltering in gaze, just like this one. She was the same as when he first met her, moody yet overflowing with confidence in her element.
Let's go. Chop chop. Alice is waiting for us in the drawing room.
She was already outside the door, standing in the chilly corridor. You must not know what it's like to be bedridden, Aozaki. Grunting and groaning, Sojiro eventually got to his feet. His body, heavy and stiff while he was lying down, cried out in pain as he tried to stand and walk. Every step sent shooting pains through his bones. Despite this, he put on a calm face and made his way toward Aoko. Typically, he was quick to not pay any mind to life's little struggles, but these pains, he needed to force himself to consciously ignore them. In other words, he was displaying false bravado, an uncharacteristic reaction for someone who would never suppress their true feelings.
Amazing. You really are tough, huh?
Thanks. It's just my heart that's fragile.
Oh yeah? I'll keep that in mind. And try not to hurt your precious feelings.
Naturally, her voice was devoid of any true empathy. She turned away for the once more dejected Sojiro and began walking briskly down the corridor.
Oh? And,
Just then she stopped, Feet snapped together as though something had popped into her head. And just as if she was remembering something she had forgotten in a completely trivial way.
Follow me, Sojiro.
She gallantly turned back the way she was heading, the words sounding so natural as she spoke them. Aoko did not see the look in Sojiro's eyes as he heard her words. For though she worked in the arcane, the spell Aoko had woven was apparent to everyone but her. After blinking his eyes as if blinded by something, Sojiro casually nodded and followed behind her. First name. The sheer size of the interior was daunting. The 3 floors of this mansion contained more rooms than Sojiro's entire apartment building, except their size was excessive. Here, the mansion's rooms seemed too numerous for so few inhabitants. Its lavish carpeted halls cold and dreary. The guest room that Sojiro had been sleeping in was on the 2nd floor of the east wing. A staircase leading down the 1st floor was at the end of the corridor, at the center of the mansion. Winter sunlight beamed through the windows, which only made the empty corridor appear even lonelier. The center of the mansion was topped by a vaulted skylight overlooking the 1st floor. The staircase connecting the 1st and 2nd floors lined its walls. Another staircase on the other end of the 2nd floor corridor presumably led to an attic or storeroom of sorts on the 3rd floor. Paying no mind to Sojiro's gawking, Aoko descended the stairs with familiar steps. The foyer was a place of white and wood grain. Its hardwood floor shone brightly under the sunlight coming in from the ceiling, and the tall white walls were spotless and brawny. There was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and a long unused fireplace. A neglected telephone sat on a table, opposite a solemn grandfather clock. It was more like an old castle than a mansion. Aoko shot Sojiro a callous stare, who stood captivated by the otherworldly scenery.
Hey, snap out of it. The drawing room is this way.
She grabbed the knob of the door next to the stairs. There were 4 doors to the foyer, and the easternmost, as you entered the house, led to the drawing room. The door on the opposite side of the foyer led to the mansion's west wing. To the south was the entrance. On the north side was one more door next to the fireplace. Tucked underneath the stairs, this door connected to a bathroom, unbeknownst to Sojiro. Due to the lack of windows, the 1st floor's corridors were not well lit. If the 2nd floor was seldom attended infirmary, and the foyer was a stairwell in some foreign castle, then the 1st floor corridor was a windowless labyrinth, not unlike the corridors of a hotel. Although it had not been long since Sojiro came to the city, even he could feel this place was out of the ordinary. Seeing as how he was going to be stuck here for the foreseeable future, he found it hard to get excited about living in a haunted house.
So that's the drawing room, and a little farther down is a kitchen. It's fine for cooking simple meals. Here, next to the drawing room, is a sunroom, where we use as a dining room. But we'll get into that later.
Aoko said, reaching for a door along the dim corridor. However, she paused before turning the knob. She flashed Sojiro a meaningful glance, which she quickly withdrew. Then, without further ado, she opened the door.
Sorry for the wait, he's on board.
She said to Alice as she entered the drawing room. After hesitating for a moment, Sojiro entered after her. Compared to the corridor, the drawing room was unexpectedly modern. The carpeted floor, leather sofas, and a large 30-inch television were more what Sojiro had come to expect in a normal home. In this family-oriented room, a girl from far removed from Ted setting sat quietly on the sofa. Aoko sat on the sofa across from the girl in all black. This gave Sojiro two seating options. Next to Aoko Aozaki, or next to Alice Kuonji. After about 2 seconds of deliberation, he decided to stand by the wall, as neither option appealed. Aoko and Alice were facing each other across a coffee table. The clean, perfectly level table somehow added to the austere atmosphere.
And since he agreed, you shouldn't have any objections, right, Alice?
Alice gave a deep nod in response to her non-question. From his position against the wall, it looked as though they were cleaning up some niggling grievances. Sojiro got the feeling that the two did not entirely see eye to eye concerning what to do with him.
I suppose not, but we still need to investigate the cause.
She cast a sideways look at Sojiro with those darkly shaded eyes of hers. Her voice shared the same cold indifference, making it abundantly clear that she had no intention of accepting him as a housemate.
And you're fine with this? I do hope you haven't forgotten about what happened at the amusement park.
Alice's voice was a mixture of judgment and scrutiny. She was aware from an outsider's perspective that she and Aoko appeared dangerous. She wanted to know if Sojiro was up to the challenge of living with such people. I wish it had been all a bad dream, but I remember it perfectly. Above all else, it was the only way they would let him live. Alice responded apathetically with a non-committal murmur. She silently placed a small object on the table with a clink. She pulled her pale fingers away from the small glass bottle. The glass, more pale blue than transparent, was enough to signify its high quality. With a crane-like motion, she removed the stopper. Even though this was the first time he had seen such a thing, something about it made him uneasy. Was it that it made him sad, or... Aoko's standoffish behavior only added to his concern. Alice once again fixed her eyes on Sojiro, who was bracing himself for the worst. The glint in her eyes was bewitching. With not a single emotion apparent on her face, she called his name.
Shizuki.
Yeah, huh? The moment he responded to her whispered call, his surroundings began to transform. The air grew thick, so thick it took on a color and shape. The density and discomfort that coiled around his skin made it seem like the air had become words. Opening his mouth to gasp for air, the words invaded his lungs. Instinctively, he covered his mouth with his right hand and clutched his chest with his left, both hands appearing clear as mud. Even the thickest of mountain fogs never seized his senses like this. If he had to come up with an analogy, no words could quite describe it, but it was like he was standing in the pages of a newspaper. The first sense to adjust to this new sensation was his hearing. Then his breathing stabilized, yet the feeling of suffocation remained. There was nothing restraining him that he could see, but he felt an intense claustrophobia. Before he even felt shock at the sudden change, he reached out in an attempt to find an escape. But his outstretched hands found only emptiness. It seemed contradictory that a place with no walls and a wide view could feel so cramped. Spirited away in a dense fog. Back in the mountains, such superstitions never seemed real to him until now. And then he finally noticed. A surprise to beat all surprises. The drawing room had not changed into another world at all. He knew this for certain because he could still see the room he was just in through the fog. As well as the two girls, Aoko Aozaki and Alice Kuonji, watching him closely. It was simply a problem of perspective. The floor was dark and perfectly flat. Looking up, the two of them stood. The two girls were like two impossibly gargantuan clouds, coldly looking down at him. Remembering the structure of the room and the layout of the furniture, Sojiro's unsurpassed candor finally grasped his predicament. The parade at the amusement park had nothing on this. Somehow, he was inside the glass bottle that Alice Kuonji produced only moments ago.
That was unexpected.
Marveling at Alice's wickedness, Aoko glanced at the small bottle on the table.
It's the same as 2 nights ago, only this time he's awake.
Aoko calmly mused. Alice, however, was not looking down at the bottle. Instead, her eyes were locked on Aoko.
I'm surprised. I thought you would be upset. Not really. I thought about doing something similar. He needed to be taught a little lesson about magecraft anyway. You're saving me the trouble to tell the truth. I'm not even mad. Though, this is pretty hardcore even for me.
By the way, I like that this actually shows magic being used for something other than direct combat. You don't see that very often in this franchise.
And hey, he got an upgrade. He went from like a tiny little like pill bottle to this.
Yeah. Gotta get up for a second. Be back in a moment. Sorry about that. Aoko did not take her eyes off the bottle as she spoke. Although she did her best to feign indifference toward Alice's magecraft, she could not completely hide her curiosity. The figure inside the bottle, likely having caught on to what was happening, tried various things like flailing his arms and sprinting around. The surface of the bottle was cloudy, so it was hard to make out exactly what was happening inside.
By the way, this looks totally different from the one you gave me. This one took more time to create. The one I gave you was disposable and only made to isolate the subject. This one allows for two-way communication. Really? He doesn't seem to be replying though. You just can't hear him.
Alice said calmly, finally dropping her gaze to the bottle. Just then, the figure inside stopped moving. It appeared only Alice had a connection to the world inside the bottle.
Lame. Only the caster gets to have fun.
Aoko sighed, losing interest. Ignoring Aoko, Alice opened her mouth as if to speak to someone not altogether there.
How about you? Still think this is the safest option?
The person she was talking to was none other than the one inside the bottle. She was, of course, referring to Sojiro's earlier comment. It's her way of testing the boy who implied that living in this mansion seemed safe.
Suddenly trapping him in a bottle and interrogating him is pretty ruthless. But even more worrisome is her attachment to this mansion.
Then again, considering Aoko had invited this witness to a house of mirrors for a fight to the death, she was in no position to criticize. She would make sure Alice did not let her emotions get the best of her, but for now she was content to observe as a bystander. After a moment, Alice's expression changed. She must have gotten an answer to her question. Without any way to tell what the situation was inside the bottle, Aoko had no idea what the answer was. However, only... That Alice's face was the one she had made when the boy she was talking to said what she wanted to hear.
I suppose I'm not one to talk, but...
For an instant, she glanced at Aoko, slightly shaking her head, and she reached for the small bottle.
This Shizuki is quite a strange one.
You said his name with what seemed to be a forlorn frown. As soon as she removed the stopper, the air in the room quivered. The boy, who had been casting a shadow on the wall until a minute ago, now leaned against it for support again. Aoko turned around to face Sojiro right behind her, resting her elbow over the back of the sofa.
How do you feel?
What does it look like? Messed up. Sojiro answered with unusual hostility. Aoko was reminded of his strange behavior, as she was sure he would be scared or shocked, not angry. If I hadn't already seen something similar in a dream, my heart probably would have stopped. I'm lucky it didn't. What I can't believe is why you felt the need to use magecraft on me. You could have just said it was scary and left it at that. Plus, I could hear the threatening things you said, Aozaki.
My sincerest apologies. But it is true that I wanted you to feel it for yourself. At least, now you'll take magecraft seriously, won't you, Sojiro?
As much as he hated to admit it, she was right. Though it was not that he had taken magecraft lightly, but merely that he couldn't understand it. I still don't really get it, though, even after that experience. Compared to the crazy stuff I've seen you do, Aozaki, whatever the heck just happened to me was hardly unbelievable.
What? Of course not. Alice and I are totally different.
Nope,
I already told you, even in our world, her magecraft is considered over the top and unspeakably horrible. How rude. When it comes to which of us is more of a threat to human life, I think you're far more dangerous than me. And that's besides the point. I'm starting to harbor doubts about you even wanting to kill him in the first place. You must have been pretty soft on him for him to say that he believes that he's safe here. Well, of course I wanted to kill him. I don't know what he's told you, but you've got it all twisted. This guy doesn't realize he's in danger until he gets burned. And even then, he'd probably think, well, at least I'm still alive, and whistle all the way home. Isn't that right, Sojiro?
Huh? He had no idea why she was suddenly shouting, but he nodded anyway just to be safe. The drawing room had become awfully noisy. Alice sat watching the two at a complete loss. And so, Sojiro accepted his supervised life in the mansion. Now he would be living under the same roof as two professional mages. Having experienced firsthand how dangerous that life could get, he was finally at peace with the situation. If that's how it's going to be, then oh well. Even if he did not seem like it, he had thought it through in his own way and came to a clear resolution.
Okay, down to business. So I know we said that you'd be under supervision, but we haven't really talked about how we'll be doing that. Or the magecraft that is responsible for enforcing it. Let me start with a brief explanation.
Perhaps he was brought up to listen closely to lectures about new information, because Sojiro suddenly looked attentive. Alice, on the other hand, kept her mouth shut in silent defiance.
First off, the time you'll be made to live here has been predetermined. In short, until the end of that period, you don't tell anyone about us, or die for some reason, you're free to go. Good so far, Alice? Indeed. Provided he refrains from angering us, that is, he has a chance of survival.
Yep, that's already off on the wrong foot. This is already off on the wrong foot. Sojiro's head dropped like he knew what was coming.
That's enough, Alice. And you, shut up.
She scowled at the two of them, already at her wit's end.
As I was saying, having you live with us for the sake of confidentiality means other problems are bound to come up. You'll likely be exposed to even more of our secrets. That's what has Alice so bent out of shape.
Now that Aoko mentioned it, Sojiro could see her point. With her target of observation under house arrest, the disclosure of more confidential information was inevitable. Hold on a second. Doesn't that mean me being here a little counterproductive?
Not a problem. In the end, we'll just have you forget everything about us and about living here at all.
Have me forget?
Right. From the incident in the park onward, you forget everything. There's a kind of magecraft called runes that has the power to make one forget memories. It's a bit inhumane, but erasing memories seems a bit better than, well, erasing your life.
Do I get a say in...
Sorry, but no objections. Anyway, an amnesia rune is outside of our field of expertise, so it's going to take some time for us to find the rune and learn everything about it. In other words, that's when you get to leave. Until we find this rune, we're using your life as collateral, so you keep your mouth shut.
Meanwhile, Ren had no problem doing that to Shiro in one of the bad endings in Fate Stay Night.
Yup. Alice's idea is that we destroy your 5 senses and be done with you to avoid the extra effort. So, Shizuki, what do you say? Fancy becoming a living statue?
Sojiro only understood about 80% of what Aoko had explained. The last part about a living statue had gone straight over his head. He had tried his best to visualize what Aoko was going on about, but the only thing he could conjure in his mind was an image of the mascot creature, Kitsy. Yeah, I'd rather not. Aoko agreed with the bewildered Sojiro, neither one the wiser to the other's misinterpretation.
Anyway, at most it will probably take about a month to find this amnesia rune, and another 2 to put it to use. Until then, that means you'll be living with us. However, we can't just let you wander around without a clue of what's going on. That's a surefire way to get yourself killed. I doubt you'd be comfortable being left in the dark about us either. So starting now, I'm going to fill you in on what it's like to be a modern magician. At the very least, it'll hopefully prevent any more misunderstandings.
Not that she thought this country bumpkin had any idea of old or new anyway. The thought brought a smug grin to her lips.
Let's leave a tour of the mansion for later and start with who and what mages are. And don't worry, you don't need to understand everything right away. You're an outsider after all, so just bite off only what you can chew.
Sojiro nodded obediently to Aoko's professional instructions. This was Aoko's way of telling him not to ask questions when he did not understand something. And though Sojiro had taken issue with her statement, he meekly obeyed, knowing better than to object now. Aoko nodded approvingly at his attentiveness and started her lecture. Long, long lecture.
Let's start with mages, magicians, basically. Since it doesn't concern you, I'll skip the part about how magecraft and magic are not the same. All you need to remember is that they are 2 different things. Mages, as an absolute rule, must operate in secrecy. Naturally, mages will find out about other mages, so it's only a crime if an outsider like you finds out about one of us. A crime punishable by death, I should add. The reason being that the more magecraft is exposed, the weaker it becomes. You often hear us say mystic or mystery, which comes from a Greek word that means to shut the mouth. It follows that magecraft would cease to be if its secrets were revealed. Civilization has always treated the unexplored and the unknown as things to be feared because of their mysterious nature. But we don't hide ourselves because we fear persecution if we're discovered. What we fear is all mages, or more importantly, magecraft. Being weakened, our arts are revealed. So, by protecting our secrecy, we're also protecting our own future.
I'm not clear on how Magecraft works yet, but I think what you're saying is that if you don't keep it a secret, it gets weaker. So then, does that mean you got weaker now that I saw you, Aozaki?
No, not particularly. Let me explain in a little more detail. When I say it loses power, I mean magecraft as a whole will get weaker in the future. I'm not talking about individuals. The unwritten law that thou shalt conceal thyself was an adage from a bygone age, but at some point it became a law of the highest order. It's like laws in a civilized society. We like to think that it's human nature to punish crime and immorality, but ultimately, a structural solution is needed to maintain order. If crimes were left unpunished, the society we strive so hard to build would collapse. And what we mages consider to be crime is dissemination and vulgarization of the mystic. Merely immoral things like murder, well, those are a matter of perspective, and they generally aren't considered outright crimes. The good-for-nothing bunch responsible for imposing this law is a group called the Mages Association. Think of them as a labor union. The phrase, "make eternal the mysticism of magecraft," is nothing more than a rule they create to perpetuate magecraft itself. Nevertheless, the rule is absolute. Those who violate it cease to exist in the magical world. Or rather, it will be difficult for them to go on living at all. For us, that's our life as mages, I guess. In order to protect it, we had no choice but to erase you, the witness to our magecraft. Don't give me those puppy dog eyes. Just because you know a little about our lives doesn't mean we're not fessing up to what happened at the amusement park. It was our decision to try and kill you. It wasn't anyone else's fault. So if you're going to blame anyone, blame me. Okay, back to the topic. In the past, mages were recognized in society enough for it to be considered an occupation, but they took their own magecraft with them to their graves. I don't know what led to things being so twisted, but even the profession itself has to be kept secret these days. If they didn't go that far, the association feared that in the distant future, magecraft would be used up and the association would fall apart. We had reached a point where everything becoming explainable through human knowledge and the building blocks of nature to the fabric of cosmos, once considered to be the realm of the gods. Maybe the founders believed that magecraft would become the last bastion for the unknown, for mystics that which is beyond human reach. Or maybe they thought that in the long run magecraft would eventually become meaningless. Whatever the reason, mages hid their identities and passed on their individual rituals in secret, and since they couldn't pass it on to outsiders, it was only natural that they taught it to their descendants. Alice and I are both products of generations of lineage. The Mages Association I mentioned earlier is a vast organization that governs those magecraft wielders still dedicated to their field. Mages think of them as their ruling body. The association is actually made up of a bunch of factions, and the vast majority of mages is affiliated with the London chapter. The law to conceal ourselves was one of their 3 main principles. If a mage reveals their secret to a civilian, the association is quick to make an example of them. But even if the mage doesn't get punished, the witness should still be eliminated to protect the mage and their family's magecraft.
And that was the end of the first part of the lecture. Aoko paused for a moment. Sojiro was doing his best to process the information.
Ready to move on?
Sure, but let me see if I understand so far. Mages used to hide their identities not for their own sake, but for the sake of magecraft. Now they're more concerned with hiding themselves. And if you break the rules, you'll be punished by a place called the Association. Does that mean you two are members of the Association?
No, we're freelance, though we walk in similar circles. They're simply the largest organized group. Even though no one asked them to, they've taken it upon themselves to police the world of magecraft. So no matter how unaffiliated we are as mages, if we break the rules, we'll get punished anyway.
Okay, I think I get the gist of it.
She said it's like a labor's union, but to me it sounds more like a mafia. It's alright, just focus on the parts important to you. Next is magecraft, though I've barely learned enough to talk about it myself. Sorry, forget I said that. I touched on this already, but these days, magecraft is losing its meaning. If you created fire a long time ago when there were no lighters, that was enough to count as a mystic feat, but nowadays, life is awfully convenient, right? You of all people could appreciate that.
Sojiro nodded with a glum look on his face. He had been made painfully aware of such conveniences. Difficult tasks that would occupy an entire day of work in the mountains could be performed easily here. For him, having been brought up in the mountains without electricity or running water, city life was by definition magic. He only wished it would not be such backbreaking work to adapt to said conveniences. Oh, I do think that creating fire without tools should be a god's job, though.
Even though we've worked out how to do it more efficiently with a flamethrower.
Sojiro wasn't sure how to answer Aoko. It would have been easy for him to ask Aoko how much accumulated effort she thought it had taken humans to imitate those gods, but he knew it would come across as an insult. From what I just saw, I was under the impression that magecraft could do anything, but maybe I misunderstood. He glanced at the glass bottle on the table. Mentally, he sighed in relief. He still had not come to terms with the fact that he had been trapped inside that tiny thing. However...
Oh? That's a misunderstanding, alright. If magecraft wasn't all-powerful, why would anyone bother to learn it?
Aoko puffed her chest as she chided him.
It might take some doing, but there's nothing magecraft can't do. Granted, some users are able to trick you to thinking something's possible when it really isn't. But since we were born to this world, there's nothing we can't do within its limits. Besides, true magic, of course. But we'll get to that in some other time. What I'm trying to say is that magecraft doesn't create miracles. It's only the process that's miraculous. To produce a real miracle, you need true magic. A great mage is someone who can fly a passenger jet with only their own magecraft. Meanwhile, a magician deals in making the impossible possible. Which is why we might just turn out to be the last magicians. Focus, Aoko.
Alice had been quietly listening until she muttered her rebuke, as if Aoko had crossed a line.
He doesn't need to know that. Shouldn't we be educating Shizuki on the dangers of living with us? Sorry, you're right. Slip of the tongue. Anyway, mages spend every waking moment experimenting in magecraft, and will become devils in a heartbeat in order to protect their magecraft, by which I mean their family's secrets. Their lairs, which we call workshops, are like a fortress packed with all kinds of magical mechanisms. Like traps that kill intruders before they even know what hit them. It's all to protect our secrets. This mansion is no different. If you wind up trapped like you were before because you wandered around carelessly, even I won't be able to help you. So be careful of the dark. You might even find yourself stuck inside a mirror. Seriously, that can actually happen.
Sojiro so hoped that he would provide him with a general idea of what to watch out for, but he passed, knowing that he was unlikely to get a straight answer.
That was a lot to take in one go. But my point is, keep your nose out of where it doesn't belong. Even though we're going to erase your memory in the end, there are still things that we'd have to kill you for seeing.
Got it. The mansion has rules I have to follow. I understand. Is there anything else I should? His eyes wandered as he trailed off mid-sentence, pondering. He understood that the mansion was more dangerous than outside, and that Magecraft needed to stay secret. But the explanation seemed to contradict his current problem. For starters, how had he managed to witness something that they took such pains to keep hidden? I'm sorry, it just occurred to me. Mages are all united under the organization called the Association, right? If that's the case, why were you attacked by that puppet, Aozaki? If its master was a mage, wouldn't that mean that you were fighting an ally? Am I missing something here?
I was saving that for last. Normally, this would be the point in a story where you'd say, I made it all up, or laugh it off. Even if you've experienced it, the existence of magecraft shouldn't be something you accept so easily.
Aoko scratched her head as though troubled by how Sojiro could take even every word at face value. Across from her, Alice's face betrayed no expression, but she shared the same opinion. Is that so weird?
It's mega weird. In fact, you've been weird from the get-go. A normal person would be shocked, scared, unwilling to accept our existence. Why do you of all people believe me when I say I'm a magician?
In retrospect, this question should have been posted at the House of Mirrors. Posed. Back then, though Sojiro was surprised by seeing the phenomenon of magecraft for the first time, he showed no surprise or discomfort toward Aoko, the mage wielding it. Feeling the probing stares of the two girls, no, the two mages, made Sojiro feel uneasy. From where he was standing, their suspicion was suspicious in and of itself. There's no reason at all, really. Up in the mountains, people just accept things as they are. We don't deny something we see in front of us just because we don't have the knowledge to explain it. You said it yourself. Lighters and magic might as well be the same thing, right? They weren't really the same to him anymore, he added quietly before shutting up. What he said about those innocent days in the mountains had come from the heart. And the words resonated not only with Aoko Aozaki, but also Alice Kuonji. It was something everyone should have, principles to stand by. Indeed, to this boy, those words were an unshakable truth.
Some things are the way they are. I see what you're saying.
She was impressed, if only slightly. To this boy, no matter how much of an outlier he was, could accept the things around him, he would be able to get through just fine.
That's a good way of explaining it, Sojiro. I guess it falls with us for not believing you sincerely.
Much like when Aoko met Sojiro for the first time. In that classroom on his first day, Sojiro took everything that was happening in his stride. The memory brought a bitter smile to Ako's face.
Alright, let's get back on track. To your earlier question, for various reasons, there are mages that don't belong to the association at all. They do as they please behind the association's back and fight other mages for their personal gain. That puppet's master is one of those types. To those jerkwads, we're a convenient, easy target. But just because we have an arrangement with the association doesn't mean we're one of them. It's not like they'll come to save the day if we're at risk of being killed.
But aren't mages forbidden from using magecraft?
As long as it's not in public, the association turns a blind eye. Heck, they practically encourage fights between mages as long as it's kept a secret. Like, if we don't use it, we'll get rusty or something. Anyway, the attacks on us are a different story, and we have to do with the fact that we own land.
By land, you mean this house?
Oh please, just this house, Alice and I hold the rights to the entirety of Misaki City. We're administrators of the whole region.
By the way, this was briefly mentioned in Fate Stay Night. Ilya mentioned that the Aozaki land was the only place in Japan that was notable for magecraft. Administrators, you own all the land in Misaki? Dazzled, Sojiro looked away. He was sure he could see a halo of light around Aoko. He had only been renting an apartment for 2 weeks, but he was already aware of how magnificent the prospect of owning land in the city might be. The word Sojiro was trying to articulate was rich. He shook all over with an emotion he did not fully grasp.
Hold it, you're thinking about this all wrong. When we say land, we're talking about the ownership and control of spiritual grounds as mages. The Aozaki family might be a minor player, but we've got old roots here as mages, which is why Misaki falls under our jurisdiction. When I say we administer the land, I'm talking about a place where spiritual power is distorted and gathers easily. This type of land has always been valuable, and it's vital to the experimentation and practice of magecraft. After all, the 3 pillars of what makes a successful mages are a strong workshop, a lot of disciples, and fertile spiritual grounds. To us, owning administered land and a residence to live in are number 1 on the priority list.
Sojiro let her continue while wondering exactly who these 2 girls were to have achieved both ambitions already.
However, most sacred grounds have already been claimed by the association. There's nothing left for anyone else. Rogue and landless mages have no choice but to borrow land from the organization in exchange for a monthly donation. They're basically worker bees, slaving away for the top dogs of the association. Yeah, you sure that's a labor union?
Well, did she say labor union? I think just
Because she said earlier, it's like, I'm pretty sure this is not a laborers union.
yeah.
But this land here, it's been in my family for hundreds of years, so the association can't get their grubby hands on it. Do you understand what I'm saying, Sojiro? To rogue mages, our land is the juiciest fruit there is.
Sojiro nodded to himself, unsure whether to call the conversation mundane or outright disturbing. I get it, so you're basically fighting over the land.
Pretty much. But the administered land of Misaki is so minor, its challengers have all been third-rate. The enemy this time is probably some small fry thinking this place was low-hanging fruit. Though for now, we're on a ceasefire because of your intrusion. That's enough about the administered land, Aoko. Shizuki seems to understand the point that there are other mages out there apart from us. If any danger exists, it's more likely to arise as a result of him becoming involved in one of our battles. He'll be fine. Besides, this guy has a 0 trace of magical energy, so there's no chance of him being sensed. Plus, he has less tactical value than a watchdog, so he shouldn't be a target anyway. We just have to make sure he doesn't escape before we can find the amnesia rune.
Alice silently stared her partner down. Their ideas of involving Sojiro differed greatly in both gravity and risk. Aoko's lack of experience had led her to believe that Sojiro would not get directly involved in any fighting. It was an honest and rational thought. Aoko despised wasted action, so it was natural for her to expect some frugality from her enemies. However, there were those in this world who could not tell right from wrong until it was too late.
No one knows what the future will bring. I only only hope that when the time comes, you won't regret this.
With a gloomy sigh, Alice came to her feet.
I'm not done with the lecture yet. You don't think that was entirely for Shizuki's benefit, do you? Your opinion matters the most, and we still haven't heard it yet. If you stick to your plan, that's fine. I'll stick to mine.
Alice glided soundlessly to the door. As the girl in black opened it up, she paused, barely lit by the dim corridor. Then, without warning, to the rhythm of her footsteps, the small glass bottle floated into the air and shattered without mercy.
That is what I should have done earlier.
Her sharp tone made Sojiro's face go pale. Alice's voice was so quiet, it was hard to tell if she was being serious or mocking him.
I forgot to mention something.
She icily eyed them before turning away, and in a voice even colder than her gaze, stated,
I'm still not happy with this arrangement.
Her frigid departure seemed to forebode the many difficulties that lay ahead.
She is such a sore loser.
Aoko leaned back on the sofa while hurling abusive epithets. Her face looked even more irritated than usual.
She says letting you go and letting you stay here out of the question, but I don't see her coming up with any bright ideas. She's as stubborn as a mule. I wouldn't put it past her to resort to violence to get her way.
Sojiro threw a wary glance at Aoko while she grumbled. He wondered what Alice's show of defiance meant, shattering the glass bottle like she did.
I thought I could convince her by including the backstop, that we could erase your memory, but she's having none of it. It's rare that Alice is even cognizant of other people, but maybe having you live here was a step too far for her. She was fine while you were sleeping, but once she saw you awake, it must have roused her sadistic side. Watch your back, Sojiro. She might come to finish you off.
If anything, Aoko's warning was an indication that persuading Alice had hit a dead end. Somehow, it doesn't seem like the situation has changed much from the other night, Aozaki. She shot him an unconcerned look in reply. I mean it, really. That girl is just itching to finish what you started. The next time I make eye contact with her, I might not walk away alive. This must be what people call a cliffhanger.
I'll try to make sure that doesn't happen. Besides, Alice isn't feeling as urgent as I was at the amusement park, so there's always a chance that she'll get over it by herself.
You mean her response for wanting me dead is different from yours?
Yeah, that time at the park was because of our strict adherence to the secrecy law, but we've solved it for now. Even Alice understands how creepily earnest you are. So she should have no reason left to worry about confidentiality. At this point, she probably just doesn't want you to live here, hence her desire to murder you.
She said it so matter-of-factly, her eyes cold and serious. Sojiro had hoped for a trace of deceit or exaggeration, but alas. I did get that impression from her, but it's strange. If that's how she really feels, then surely we can find another solution. Perhaps feeling guilty about putting Alice out, Sojiro looked uncharacteristically concerned. Aoko immediately knew that what his words really meant.
You mean like keeping you locked up inside that tiny glass bottle until we find the magecraft needed to erase your memory?
The apathy in her voice until now was gone. Sojiro answered with a simple nod. In truth, it was undoubtedly the easiest solution for all parties concerned. Gotta sneeze 1 second. However,
Sojiro, I don't break promises, remember that.
she hated taking the easy way out, and that quiet fury was clear in her soft words. As for where that fury was directed, Sojiro was acutely aware. The pain in his chest made him regret making her say those words. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. His sudden apology caused her unusual sullen expression to return. Her usual sullen expression. Aoko had not appreciated how angry she was, let alone the reason for it. To her, his apology had come out of nowhere.
I don't get you at all sometimes. What are you apologizing for this time?
She stared at Sojiro, unblinking. I'm not sure myself. I guess I just felt like I should. Even in saying he was not sure, Sojiro had answered honestly. Aoko was at a loss for words. But I get what you're trying to say, Aozaki. Keeping a promise is more about the process than the outcome. He shot her a brazenly honest smile. The smiling face, filled with blissful ignorance, almost made her smile back instinctively.
Now you get it. If life were only a means to an end, I couldn't live with myself.
Aoko attempted to cover her embarrassment with a quick retort. Though unintentional, having her true feelings exposed like that made Aoko a little uncomfortable. Finding offense in something was second nature to Aoko. Being made to feel uncomfortable was not. Though far from being unhappy at the remark, she turned away from his speaker. To disguise her perceived shame, Aoko started up the conversation again.
If I say I'll let you go, you can be sure I'm going to do just that, regardless of how I feel. And if letting you live here is what it takes to keep my promise, I can take it, even if it means Alice and I butt heads. Even if they're just idle threats, there's no way I could let her bottle you up forever.
Thanks. Now I get why you've given up trying to persuade her. She won't be persuaded anymore. Oh, so that's why you called it a Cold War.
It's not as if I'm doing this for you. I'm just keeping my promise. Like you said, I've done my part. Now it's your turn. Sojiro, the ball's in your court.
So I think when it does a dash like that, it's meant to be like a pause rather than a hyphenated word.
I wonder why they do that.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be like a longer dash, like it's not supposed to be the little minus sign. It's
Oh, typo. Because they did the long dash at the top.
Yeah.
That's the weird part. But
Yep.
oh well, Sojiro. The ball's in your court.
Huh? He replied, tilting his head.
Alright, listen up. I spent 2 entire days arguing and trying to convince Alice into agreeing to this cohabitation idea because, hello? I was the only one capable of doing it. But I've hit a dead end. From now on, I'm taking a hands-off approach. I'll protect you from Alice for the time being, but in the meantime, you're the only one who can convince her to accept you, Sojiro.
What? Sojiro had not expected that at all. Alice Kuonji, the girl in black who kept everyone at arm's length. If Aoko was a modern-day mage in hiding, then Alice was a bona fide witch from the Middle Ages. Aozaki, you understand how difficult that will be, right?
Of course I do. And now you know how I feel.
Aoko stood up from the sofa. This was the end of the discussion, at least for now.
So now you have an idea of what kind of people we are. The less involved you are in magecraft, the better, so I'll spare you any further lectures. The long and short of it is, you'll be living here for 3 months. Your first objective, or first trial if you like, is to somehow get Alice to accept you as her roommate.
A trial? You just called it a trial.
Sugarcoating it won't do you any favors. After all, blow it and you're a dead man, remember?
With her cold-blooded remark, Aoko started walking towards the door.
Oh, and one more thing. About your room, it's up on the 3rd floor. There's a set of stairs on the far side of the 2nd floor hall, so use those. Also, this is not a dorm, so you're free to spend your time however you want. But whatever you do, do not go into the West Wing. I rent the East Wing, so it should be relatively safe in comparison, but still, it's generally safer to not wander around.
What's in the West Wing? It is forbidden. I swear, I might be just remembering, but this is like the 2nd or 3rd time we've had a forbidden West Wing in a Fate game. I don't know if it's necessarily a Beauty and the Beast reference, but it's a weird coincidence.
In other words, the safest place for you are your room and the drawing room.
Well, wait, is that really all you're going to tell me about the mansion? Aozaki, that's messed up. It seems way more important to explain than magecraft. He desperately called out to her as she began to leave the drawing room. Aoko could not help but pity Sojiro. Can't you at least show me around?
Sorry, but I'll have to pass. Showing a country bumpkin the lay of the land twice is plenty enough for me. Plus, you just woke up. Why not take it easy in your room for the rest of the night? I'll show you how to get to school in the morning. It's not like I made up free time. My obligation to put up with you ends as soon as final exams are over. If you don't find some way to make nice with Alice, or find some way to blackmail her within a week, well, you know what that means.
With barely a wave of goodbye, the student council tyrant walked out. I like how she posed blackmail as an option. He unconsciously clenched the hand that he had raised. Left all alone, he was at a complete loss. Then again, as if to encourage him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With the sound of lightly fluttering wings, a blue robin appeared out of nowhere. The tiny, chubby bird innocently looked Sojiro up and down. The blue robin, a bird said to bring happiness according to folklore, flapped its little wings as if to cheer him on.
Well, that's a nice way of him to look at it. Well, in actuality, it was probably being like, "Ha, punk."
Yeah. Then, with a flutter, it mercilessly flicked off the lights. Yep.
Yep. Come on, Sojiro, you work at a restaurant for at least one of your jobs. Bring home food every day, then you'll win her over.
Leaving Sojiro alone in the drawing room, Aoko returned to her bedroom. She closed the door to her room, and as soon as she sat on her bed, she was overcome by an unexpected wave of exhaustion. Sojiro had no way of knowing, but she had been preparing for war. In the event that Alice impulsively pulled out a ploy, Aoko had to be ready to react in an instant. She sighed heavily, but not from the fatigue she felt at fighting with Alice.
Was I too hard on him?
She frowned a dejected frown. What weighed on Aoko's mind was not Alice.
I mean, going easy on him wouldn't do him any favors either. The best thing he can do for himself is to lay low.
It would be trouble if he wandered around like he owned the place, after all. The safest thing for him would be if he holed up in his room, too scared out of his wits to leave it.
God, I hope he doesn't think I'm his ally or something. Alice is a lucky one. I'd kill to have him treat me as a stranger.
She nodded to herself, agreeing with her... Excuse me, sorry. She nodded to herself, agreeing with her take on the situation. For the most part, it was a sound plan. If there was a problem, it would be this. Sorry, Aozaki, I have just one quick question. Not 10 minutes had passed since leaving him in the drawing room. For Sojiro to shirk off what what she had said and visit her room so fast. It was like he had no sense of danger at all. I need to go outside. Of course, he would ask to leave the house. Aoko lacked the energy for a sarcastic barb. I won't wander around the mansion, and I'll come right back when I'm finished. I just figured I should check if there was a curfew or anything.
Work, is it?
How'd you know? Sojiro exclaimed in surprise. When it was Aoko who desired to display her shock at him.
Fine, you can go. You should make sure you're back on the estate by 10 every night. As long as you keep to the curfew, you can go work your after-school job, have a barbecue in the garden, do whatever you want. I don't care. The back door is never locked anyway.
Front door.
The front door is never locked anyway. That's dangerous.
I get the impression well, to be fair, the mansion is dangerous, so.
Yeah, but there is someone going after them right now. I would still lock the door in this case.
I get the impression you're angry with me.
I'm angry, all right, and just not with you. I'm angry at myself for caring what happens to you. And before you go out, take this pill.
Sojiro took the purple pill from her outstretched hand and dubiously put it in his mouth. He told himself that it must have been some kind of medicine. All right, I'm off then. Thanks for everything, Aozaki.
Oh, and don't leave through the window this time, okay?
Sojiro laughed himself all the way to the foyer, unsure of what exactly he had found funny. Aoko watched him go, both indifferent and amazed all at once.
Well, that happened about half a day earlier than planned. He was supposed to take his first pill tomorrow morning.
She huffed, ruffling her hair in exasperation and returning to her room. Discerning what made Sojiro tick was a waste of brain matter. In all likeliness, he was more concerned about missing 2 days of work than his own well-being after being bedridden for 2 days.
With the day's work behind him, Sojiro returned to the mansion. Well, that was a fast work shift.
This must be it. It's the only set of stairs leading up from the second floor hall.
It was just before midnight. This was the scene that awaited him beyond the rickety staircase. Not much surprised Sojiro, or rather, being surprised had become normal to him. This scene, however, was enough to leave him speechless. The room allotted to Sojiro, no matter how he looked at it, no matter how he ran it through his mind, was without a shadow of doubt an attic.
Well, at least he has a bed, so he's better than Shiro was in Holotraxia when he stayed over at Ilya's.
Yeah! This treatment stirred a tinge of anxiety in him. Just as he was about to flop onto the taut sheets of the bed, wondering if he could make this work despite his share of other problems, he noticed an awkward courtesy, so meager as to be useless. Something to use if you get cold, consider it a gift. The message in the memo pointed to the meticulous personality of the author. The bed had been perfectly prepared. Carefully, setting aside the blanket that had been painstakingly placed on the edge of the bed for him in case he needed it. That's so nice though, she gave him a blanket. He looked up at the night sky. Though faint, the stars twinkled through the skylight. For a mountain boy, that meager light was more than enough for him. The stark contrast with the drawing room had caught him off guard, but now that he had collected himself, it was not so bad. This room fit his personality. Even if he was still not used to the building, he felt more at ease here than he did in any building in the city. Perhaps because it was built on a hill surrounded by woods. The atmosphere here was a little closer to the mountains where he used to live.
Oh, is it normal for there to be fog inside the house?
He crooked his neck, pondering over the spectacle he had witnessed. On the way to his room, Sojiro had encountered what looked like a fog in the foyer on the second floor. The misty fog drifted into a portion of the corridor, reminding him of a swarm of mosquitoes. As he stared at it, he swore he could make out a strange landscape, and as he moved closer to get a better look, again out of nowhere, here inside the mansion, a little blue bird darted purposely in front of him.
A bird?
The bird caught his attention, stopping him in his tracks. When he looked to check on the fog again, the strange scene had disappeared.
This house must have a draft. I'll ask Ozaki about it tomorrow.
He muttered to himself as he sat on the bed. Meager as it was, the starlight peeping in through the skylight calmed him.
Yeah, this'll work.
Exhaling slowly, he lay down. For the time being, he had the essentials needed to live, and his bed was many times softer than it appeared. Thinking his worries seemed smaller than they were, he quickly drifted off to sleep. That was a story from when he opened his eyes to when he fell asleep. Just like that, the short night following the long night was over. For one thing was true. Sojiro was an optimist to a fault, but it wasn't the end of the world. Now, let us rewind 5 hours prior to this glutton for punishment going to bed. It was 7 o'clock in the evening.
I, Alice said I don't think talks much, so. Or actually, no, wait, no, this is an Alice scene, never mind, yeah. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, just after the unproductive discussion between the two mages and the boy had ended. Leaving her roommate and the intruder in the drawing room, the girl walked alone in the foyer. From there, she headed to the west wing. These were Alice Kuonji's personal chambers, in which even her roommate Aoko Aozaki seldom dared to step foot. The foyer was illuminated only by pale moonlight. Hard footsteps echoed through the dreary moonlit lobby. In such mansions in Japan, there was no custom for removing shoes at the door. Hence, Alice crossed the foyer in her boots. She later removed them when she relaxed in her bedroom. Suddenly, she remembered something from her childhood. She used to enjoy the feeling of the cold hardwood floor on her bare feet, and she would walk around the foyer on particularly sunny days. After her father affectionately scolded her for it, she never did it again.
And I don't know why I bother. Aoko never does.
She let out a quiet sigh. Alice's new roommate, who she took in after coming to Japan, would not comply with her instructions.
Old habits die hard.
Aoko would say, changing into her slippers. Aoko might have found it natural to do so, given that she lived in a typical Japanese house through middle school. But every time Alice heard her flip-flopping through the foyer, she wanted to cancel their cohabitation. By now, Alice was not particularly bothered by it anymore. Human adaptability was remarkable at times, and ungracious at others. The emotional attachments of the past had proven far too brittle under the weight of reality. A little blue bird was perched on the banister. Its tiny chirping made Alice stop and look its way.
Leave him be for tonight. Right now, he's Aoko's problem.
The lack of feeling in her voice made the bird tilt its head as it sang. Tweet, tweet, tweet. It trilled as though questioning its master's uncharacteristic leniency.
A promise is a promise. I can at least tolerate him for tonight. Aoko and the boy did go to such lengths after all.
She said to the bird, her voice betraying her discontent. That's
If you win, I'll let you go.
She would keep that promise in spite of the unquenchable desire to fight that despite the unquenchable desire to fight that burned in her chest.
But I didn't make any guarantees after that. She scraped a win even with a handicap in our little game. But I won't let her strut around childishly, rubbing it in my face forever.
Perhaps it was perfectionism born of fastidiousness, but despite her prim demeanor, Alice Kuonji was a sore loser. It did not matter to her whose magecraft was superior. Losing the game had proven hard to move on from. The little bird fluttered its wings in agreement. Drinking in Alice's contempt, it was itching to dive bomb the invader. It looked like a soldier saluting a superior officer as it preened itself. The blue bird turned to face its master. Tweet, 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 tweet. Its light-hearted tweeting seemed to display a desire to deal with Sojiro first thing in the morning.
I think the bird is the most bloodthirsty out of them. Indeed. If he gives us reason, let us put him in a bottle and perhaps a book.
Except her words lacked any bite. On the face of it, they were the chilling kind of one might come to expect from a witch's lips. But then again, so tame as to remind you of a certain robin's flapping.
It's only a matter of time, and there's not very much at all at that. My patience has its limits. Aoko's in no position to dote on others in the first place. I give her 5 days, and then...
When that time came, expelling him would be simple. Alice was well aware her roommate was a pragmatist with no vision. The situation she had created would not allow her to wait around. She could only afford to protect the boy for 3 or 4 days at most. Beyond that, Alice sensed Aoko would crack and say something like,
You take care of this, Alice. Will I wait until then, or will I lose my patience first? Whichever comes first, the end result will be the same.
Alice Kuonji would suffer no more irritations. And protecting a witness, let alone allowing him to live in her mansion, was an indignity. Alice looked up, fascinated by the dense fog that had crawled into the foyer. Above the fireplace was a single mirror. Roughly 3 feet in diameter, it decorated the wall where one might find a painting. Its surface was faintly clouded and vaguely reflected the foyer's appearance.
This is what I get for losing the snark. I suppose that means the mirror is out of commission for the time being.
The little bird joyfully chirped at its master's mumbling. The bird attempted to imply that there was no need for her to lift a finger, not if the nuisance would fall into the mirror of his own accord. Or perhaps, had the little bird not sang, Alice would have come up to the same conclusion. For some reason, she recalled an earlier conversation.
How about now? Still think this is the safest option?
In response to her question, the boy inside the bottle shrugged his shoulders and answered. From his perspective, the city and the mansion were no different. It seemed that having just moved to the countryside, everything was something that he had never seen before. I'm not proud of it, but I still have trouble writing, and the city rules are so complicated that I don't even know right from wrong. More than embarrassment, his voice was full of resentment. Oops, oh shoot. It seemed that having just... It was anything. He was angry about something, though Alice could not tell what. But that's why no matter where I go, I'm always in danger. It may be an exaggeration, but even walking down the street or talking to someone makes me anxious. No matter where I am, there's no guarantee I'll make it out. But here, there's someone who might show concern for a person like me. Sure, my reasoning is a little messed up, but I've never known such luxury. Her eyes welled up ever so slightly. Those soft words were something she could not brush off, because they made sense to her. Given that everything in the city was a danger to him, nothing had changed after coming to the mansion. In reality, he had no reason to fear this place in particular. If anything was different from the outside, it would be that someone here was an ally. With that view, he had been entirely sincere. His explanation hadn't contained any flattery towards Alice Kuonji, nor pandering to Aoko Aozaki. More. He was simply speaking from the heart. I like it here.
Perhaps having him wander into the mirror is more trouble than it's worth right now. I want to dedicate the mirror's function to searching for intruders. So if it looks like he's going to be swallowed up by it, do stop him, will you?
The bird shook its feathers at her strange instruction. Alice looked away from the mirror and continued her walk. The bird chirped in protest.
It is your job, Robin. At least get that right, would you?
Leaving the bird with that icy retort, she vanished into the west wing. All that remained was the moonlight, and the little bird trembling at the perilous prospect of unprecedented change.
I love this next chapter name.
Oops. Yep. See anything new here? Nope.
Once long ago, I saw a beautiful bird fly overhead. Round and round it circled the distant blue sky. How high it flew in this era when humans, not birds, reigned supreme. And yet the bird was completely uninterested in humanity's endless desire for expansion, our creation of even higher homes, or the smoke bellowing from the industry's chimneys. Sky extends further than the eye can see. It belongs to no one, not now, not then. The bird was a truly noble creature, flapping its wings powerfully across the wild, ancient sky. Until the sudden sound of cold iron. A wing is shot, its symmetry gone forever. Cruel and tragic, its body plummets downwards. Not knowing its fate, the bird frantically beats its wings till the very end. One moment soaring with eyes to the sky, the next crashing down to the dry, hardened earth. This was a dream I saw. No matter how much I thought about it, its details remained clouded. What did that bird look like, for instance?
Chapter 7. Are you for real? Alright, class dismissed. Oh. That's everything that will be on the test. Please don't share it with the other classes. You're the only ones I'm telling. Think of it as a homeroom bonus. Remember, if this class gets the highest scores, you can brag about it to all the other classes.
Mr. Yamashiro chuckled as he finished. This was typical of the kind teacher responsible for Year 2 Class C, the master at relaxing his pupils.
I think you got it backwards, Mr. Yamashiro. You're the one who's after bragging rights. Yeah, then he can finally get Mr. Sadanaka off his back. We know he's been making fun of you all semester for bad grades, sir. Duh, we're like total washouts, except for our totally excellent sports skills. Please, though it might not mean much coming from me, high school is about more than just your test scores. Teachers don't really care that much about your grades, you know. Even if you all fail, it's not like anything bad will happen to us. But there is one student who does bother me. I think you know who I'm talking about. You chose her to represent the entire student body. A monumentally awful decision. She makes a daily point to threaten to report me to the Board of Education, claiming my students' grades are a result of poor instruction rather than lack of studying. She said if students' scores don't improve, she'd come supervise my classes herself. What kind of student even says such a thing?
The warm atmosphere in the room suddenly fell below freezing. The students of Class C now knew who their true enemy was.
Right, I forgot Mr. Yamashiro was the student body advisor.
Student president managed to revive the cheer squad, so I wouldn't be surprised if she can force a teacher out of their job too.
Yeah, I heard she can guess teachers' ages with 100% accuracy. I can't believe she's the same age as us. I mean, look at her compared to the girls in our class. Her boobs are way bigger.
Oh my god, please, Kinomi. Please get Kinomi moved to Class A, sir. It's hard enough with a class full of apes, but he's such a pig.
But you know, that girl didn't even get grades from a Class A member. Kinda middle of the pack, right?
That's the point, dumbass. She doesn't need to go to cram school. She's on the student council, and sometimes does a job or two. It'd be heinous if she got awesome grades too.
Totally. We should leave the good grades to the vice president. Alright, that's enough gossiping, everyone. It's not nice to talk about people behind their backs. In any case, good luck with your studies. Remember, if your grades don't improve, then winter vacation gets cancelled. Oh, and Shizuki, could I have a word before you go?
Mr. Yamashiro gathered his things and beckoned for Sojiro to join him in the hallway. There were no other students to be seen, despite it being break time between classes. Voices were audible in the distance, but the hall itself felt strangely quiet and calm. Perhaps it was due to the sense of confinement created by the lack of windows. Usually, students spent their breaks either in their classrooms or on the veranda.
What is it, sir? Oh, nothing major. I'm having trouble differentiating their voices, I'm sorry. Sorry to bring this up right before exams, but I've been meaning to ask. How's everything going with school? You settling in all right?
Though this level of concern from a teacher startled him, Sojiro felt reassured. It was only natural. After having to deal with such difficult personalities lately, Mr. Yamashiro's trivial questions were refreshing.
Yes, I think I understand the basics of school life for now, and I've made friends too. Good, glad to hear it. Students in my class tend to mouth off, so don't take them too seriously. I'm glad you're able to fit in.
Sojiro's eyes shone brightly in appreciation. In Aoko's words, Mr. Yamashiro was a brutish, forgettable, downright detestable man who did not even deserve the title of teacher, but Sojiro found him considerate in his own way.
Take it easy with your part-time jobs. We've been giving students a lot of time off before exams, but don't push yourself too hard. And if you have any trouble with exams, just ask the other students for help. There's no need to suffer in silence. If the school has anything, it's plenty of people to talk to.
With the wave of his hand, Mr. Yamashiro was gone. The pure-hearted Sojiro gave him a solemn nod as if to say he accepted the advice of his so-called forgettable teacher, and went back to his classroom. And then...
Come again? You want my advice about girls?
Sojiro had not wasted a moment in putting Mr. Yamashiro's advice into practice.
Yeah, it's like I hit a wall with them. I thought about it, but I realized that I'm no good at figuring them out.
Sojiro averted his eyes out of shame over his lack of insight.
You could have fooled me. I know you were... I thought you were... I assume it's supposed to be mad. I thought you were mad with the ladies. Well, you came to the right guy. Follow me.
Shocked as he was, Kinomi grabbed Sojiro by the shoulder and pulled him over to the wall. Kinomi had nearly burst out laughing when Sojiro, with a straight face, had admitted his difficulty with girls, but he realized it was the first time Sojiro had ever turned to him for advice. Sojiro was able to break down any task at his part-time jobs into bite-sized pieces, but he was clearly struggling with a different problem now. This was going to take some serious effort.
Okay, get to me straight, pal. How big did you screw up? I didn't screw up yet, but it might happen soon. Let's say a girl walked in to the mad bear who's as prickly as a porcupine. She doesn't like me and wants me to leave, but I don't want to.
Sojiro explained that he could just quit his part-time job. At the restaurant, he needed the money. Sojiro explained that he couldn't just quit his job. Kinomi grunted a few times to indicate that he was still following Sojiro's story.
So, like, you want the girl to split? No. I want her to be okay with me working there. Because the thing is, I sort of don't not like her.
Sojiro furrowed his brow. Kinomi could not help but laugh at his friend's lack of manly resolve in his answer. Girls were the one area where Hosuke's skills and experience were triple those of Sojiro.
Ha, now I see. That's just the art of flirting, man. You want to get along with her, right?
Sojiro wasn't sure how to respond. He nodded slowly without really understanding the implication of what Kinomi had said.
But I don't know what to do. How can I get along with girls my age? You talk to girls in our class all the time, honestly. You make all the other guys look bad. You're natural at it. Just keep being your usual clueless self and I'm sure you'll be fine. Being raised in the mountains makes you Mr. Mysterious. You gotta use that unique identity to your advantage. Really? I don't think being unusual is such a good thing, though. Like, how do you talk to someone who hates your guts? People in class are nice, but I'm dealing with a thorny beast here. Or maybe a hedgehog is a better metaphor. Don't be chicken, man. You know what they say, a tiny thorn can stop a lion. She'll come around.
Sojiro's brows sunk deeper still.
All these abstract metaphors are too much for me.
He still needed more concrete material to work with.
Come on, dude. You have to put in the work to get it on a girl's good side. First, you ask about her hobbies and stuff like that. Then go from there. Think about what she wants, not what you want. You gotta blitz them from where they're weak, as they say. You mean, don't be too direct? You got it. And then comes the most important part, bribery. You gotta shower her with presents. If the supply matches the demand, she'll accept your gift even if she don't like you. Then you've got her. She'll feel like she owes you one. Kinomi
then proclaimed that, with an odd sense of pride, that his approach had resulted in only failure for him.
There's just one problem, Kinomi. I get the girls like being taken out to dinner, but you can't afford it. I know. Got you covered. I'm gonna let you in on a sweet little secret. An easy way to get you some cold hard dough.
They slid from the side of the classroom deeper into one corner, to in front of the lockers where no one ever stayed for long. It would be days before Sojiro realized that the suggestion he was receiving was of the illegitimate kind, the kind he should not have shared with anyone. Uh-oh. That night, dinner at the mansion was a feast of bread. Soft slices lay stacked in the center of the table, surrounded by variously colored jams. In a bowl was salad, mainly lettuce. Oh, he literally meant bread, like dough.
I think he was actually talking about something that happens later, but
Okay.
yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, he's gonna make some illegal money, and then I'm like, bread? Wait a second.
No, this is a different thing.
With a small plate of unevenly cut ham. Sojiro may have had no frame of reference for what an average family dinner should be, but he could tell that this was most certainly not normal. In truth, it was a first-rate case of laziness.
Okay, well there you saw narrate again.
We're out of chocolate spread. Didn't I tell you to buy some more, Alice? I've been locked away in my room all day. And more importantly, you're the only one that eats that stuff, so you should buy it.
For these two girls, however, this dinner seemed to be completely normal. They had a system of regularly taking turns in charge of meals, and tonight was Alice's turn. Normally, she would spend as little time and effort as possible, only truly applying herself when there was something to celebrate. Of course, Sojiro was none the wiser to Alice's unique approach to food preparation. For him, it was a plain lackluster meal. When it came to dinner, not saying anything to each other was another staple of their meals. The sounds of cutlery, the scraping of chairs, and the tick-tock of the clock were the only things to be heard in the sunroom. Sojiro himself had already eaten. At this moment, he was watching the goings-on from the drawing room.
Your part-time job starts at 9, right, Sojiro? See you later then. Don't mind us.
Okay, I'll get going then. Sojiro donned his coat with a goodbye nod. But Sojiro glanced again at the sunroom. He momentarily locked eyes with Alice, or so he imagined. Huh? She had been ignoring him all day, and not just refusing to talk to him. She had avoided him so much as to not look at him all day until this very moment. He could understand if he was annoying her as an outsider in the mansion, but he felt no animosity in her gaze just now. Maybe she was just glancing in the general direction of the drawing room. Sojiro looked nervously at his surroundings for a moment before heading to the foyer. Alice only let her gaze return to normal when she was completely sure he was gone.
So much drama.
Aoko was appalled by Alice's brazen display. So much so, her immaculate veneer of apathy crumbled.
What's that, Aoko? Still upset over tonight's lack of chocolate? I would be, but I'm so over expecting other people to pull their weight. No, what I can't stand is your attitude. It's pretty sissy of you to pretend to ignore him while watching his every move. Could you be any more obvious with such cheap trap? I was not watching his every move. I could care less what he does, and mind how you use the word sissy. It reeks of sexism. Next time, just say, you're a hypocrite, okay? Well, look who suddenly found a soapbox.
Choosing not to rise to her roommate's jibe, Alice resumed eating. Aoko tore off pieces of bread and ate them one by one, anger still visible on her face.
Forget whatever issue you and me are having for a minute, and take some advice from someone who knows a thing or two about messing with that boy. Maybe we need to cut him some slack. Hypothetically, let's say it turns out that he's a mage too. Then would you be okay with him living here? Sure, but not for his benefit. I couldn't think of a more fitting punishment for you and I for not recognizing his ability sooner. So yes, hypothetically speaking, I would. But we can burn that bridge when we come to it. But until then, perhaps I should accept his presence here, perhaps not. I reserve the right to have whims of my own. Then we're agreed. You can keep your chilly distance out of duty to me or personal pride. But if he shows signs of improving, then maybe. Dream on. It doesn't matter what he does, he'll never change. As you very well know.
Alice had never been the type to let her guard down around others. The young witch despised humans, having recreated so many of their objects in fairy tales.
You can't use being a witch for an excuse for every personal issue you have. Yet another example of you being sissy if you ask me. It's fine to dislike him, just come out and act like it. Stop trying to have it both ways. And what's that supposed to mean? That if you want to ignore him, then ignore him for real. You're fortifying the castle walls while leaving the front gate wide open, waiting for him to make the horrible mistake of exactly what you're urging him to do. It's gross to watch. If you don't want him to come inside, then shut the damn door already. I'm sorry, Aoko. You've lost me. Say that again in plain English.
But we're speaking Japanese right now. Alice seemed unable to grasp Aoko's metaphor. Meanwhile, Aoko had it up to here with her roommate's lack of self-awareness and was starting to lose her cool.
If you really don't care, then quit worrying so much about him. If he notices you gawking at him, he might just get the wrong idea. He's probably thinking, Alice looked like she wanted to patch things up. Maybe I should go stop by her room. Or even worse. You really think so? Yes. If it were me you were doing that to, I'd be dragging you out, back and smacking you senseless, bitch. Very well. I'll be more careful. It's not like I want to talk to him anyway. And for the record, I didn't look at him exactly, only at his arms and legs. Why in the world would you look at his arms and legs? Because of what happened the other night, though I doubt even he remembers. I was thinking about it and just happened to glance over at his arms and legs. You mean at the amusement park? I don't remember him doing anything special.
Alice's expression soured. She still felt the sting of her defeat.
You saw the way he flew through the air, didn't you? Off the track, straight at my dumpty. Sure, you were raving about how he flew a whole couple of feet.
Aoko had not actually seen it in person, luckily. All she knew was that the spell she had placed on Sojiro was part of the reason he survived that jump of death. Alice, on the other hand, had observed the whole scene from the clock tower. It only lasted an instant, but it had burned itself into her mind's eye, more than whether her precious moon had fallen, more than when her precious moon had fallen at Aoko's hands. A flat snark had come tumbling down.
So that's it. You want to get back at him for what happened to Dumpty, do you? Dumpty's destruction was purely business. I feel no need for retaliation. I was just intrigued to observe the movement of a human body.
As it goes, for someone with as little human interaction as Alice, Sojourner's leap must have appeared quite remarkable, particularly because his legs were orders of magnitude less capable than those of an animal in the forest. And yet, even with such feeble legs, those meek arms of his, he managed to fly through the open air like a bird. To her, it was akin to the feeling city folk get when they see a wild creature in its natural habitat.
Forget I mentioned it. I just hope I can witness that again someday. And when I say human, I am not referring to him. I see. It was novel for you. It makes sense considering most of your ploys have non-human forms.
Aoko sighed and released the tension from her shoulders. She was disappointed to discover that Alice's behavior stemmed from simple curiosity, like that of a child with a new toy. And Alice was in no position to take issue with her reaction. And how could she? She was not entirely sure what it was that she herself was feeling.
I'll make dinner tomorrow. Another meal like this before exams is going to make it impossible to study. No complaints from me. I certainly wouldn't mind the free time.
Night came and went in the mansion. For better or worse, the disturbances caused by the foreign invader had not yet caused the kettle to boil over.
This morning at 6:30, as sunlight spread out across the sky, Sojiro walked to school with Aoko in the chilly morning air. So try not to ever be alone in the house, okay?
It was her intention to keep Sojiro safe until he left the mansion. Nonetheless,
God, I'm sleepy. What's the deal with going to school so early?
I'm not. I have to pull a 30-minute shift helping with deliveries. His work ethic was a little too strong for a student entering finals. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard, Aozaki? You don't need to help. You don't need to keep tabs on me, you know.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll catch up on some sleep in the student council's room when we're done. I promised I'd walk you as far as to the front gate, and I plan to stick to it.
But internally, Aoko was worried. What traps did a roommate have in store for him? She could not imagine Alice had planned anything to go down in the woods, but she wanted to be safer than sorry. The last thing she could do was, least she could do was accompany Sojiro to school. That much she was firmly committed to. Any traps that presented themselves could be dealt with on the spot. Well, not dealt with so much as destroyed, since that was Ako's forte. But that would be enough to keep him safe for the time being.
As for when you get out of school, all we can do is hope that Alice is short of free time today.
Okay. If Alice was willing to put all her energy into a new trap after the first had failed, then they were as good as dead anyway. But Aoko would cross that road when she came to it. It all depended on how deep Alice's dislike of Sojiro really was. It would have been enough to make her abandon her pride as a witch, something she had protected fervently until now. If that were the case, Aoko knew she would never be able to keep him safe. The moment 24/7 protection became necessary was the moment she had failed. Her character led her to focus on what she could do in the here and now and ignore the rest. And this current plan of hers was her best attempt at doing right by everyone. They left behind the Kuonji estate, and the two remained together until the residential area at the bottom of the hill. When Aoko glanced casually at Sojiro,
So, any thoughts?
surprisingly, Sojiro saw through her harmless question and sensed the bigger issue. How is he going to win Alice over? In fact, he had been thinking about that very question. According to his friend, there were 3 basic approaches he could take. One was a roundabout approach. This way takes the longest, but it's the most natural. Humans love it when you pay attention to things they like, just as friends do. In other words, instead of focusing on the person one wishes to win over, one should focus on their interests. It was a surprisingly mature opinion coming from Kinomi. Unfortunately, Sojiro had no idea what sort of thing Alice liked. She seemed very fond of the mansion, but what could he do? Clean it for her? He sensed that would have a reverse effect. He had the distinct feeling she was not want him touching what was precious to her. The second approach was to take the inner track. It's the fastest way to get someone to fall for you. And you can't coast on your natural good looks and charm. That's what your wallet is for. You know what I'm talking about. Gifts. A quick and dirty strategy, the assassin's strike. Manipulate someone's feelings with an expensive gift. To Sojiro, this sounded like his best chance. The approach was easy for him to grasp, and he appreciated its simplicity. However, he had some concerns as with the first approach. A step was missing, and without this step, the plan was bound to fail. The only other option is, well, I guess you could call it wait and see. I don't fully understand it myself, but to say if you try too hard, your plan's bound to backfire. Like, you don't ever want the girl to have a sudden epiphany of, oh, now I love him. It's better when it dawns on her after you've hung out together for a while, like, wait, I think I like him. Though Sojiro did not quite grasp the details, he understood the basic idea. Don't press your luck. He knew that man was good. That much was good advice. He would have to try extremely hard to get on Alice's good side. And he could tell it would be a long process to get there. Sojiro recalled the time he had wandered inside a fox's territory in the mountains. He left some food on the ground for the fox, and then it never bothered him again. What he considered goodwill and kindness varies from person to person. What is considered. But if there's enough goodwill from one side, regardless of whether that goodwill is reciprocated, the other side will eventually start to feel an obligation to do so. That was key. It's okay, I'll think of something. For now, I can only do what I can do. Don't worry. I've taken your counsel to heart, Aozaki. Sojiro seemed ready to face things head on. His answer did little to reassure Aoko, however. She found herself more concerned about his safety than ever before. You're looking for a broom like the ones at school? Oh, okay. Yeah, the cheaper the better.
Don't you live in an apartment? Who needs a broom in an apartment?
Well, you know, I've been wanting to clean things up a little. I could use some trash bags, too.
Aren't you supposed to be broke or something? Whatever, I'll use my broom then. I'll lend it to you if you want.
Actually, I need it for longer than one day, so maybe it's best if I buy my own. I mean, I always wanted to my own broom. Brooms are nice to have around, you know? So, actually,
I'm kind of amazed that,
Yeah.
like, is a broom really that expensive to him? Because I don't know about where he is in, but brooms over here like cost a couple dollars.
yeah, I think it's more that he doesn't know where to get one.
Yeah, he has to go to like a Don Quixote.
Sojiro was on his way home from his part-time job after school. It was 4 in the afternoon, 2 hours earlier than his part-time job would have normally ended. The Mad Bear's head chef had gotten in trouble with the accountant for making a student work the day before the exams. Thus Sojiro's boss had tearfully sent him home early. And that was what had happened. The interruption to his standard schedule must have been just the shock he needed. Normally he would meet up with Aoko after school when she was done with student council affairs and go home with her. However, today Sojiro was asking the other students who worked at the same place if they knew any shops in the area where he could buy a broom.
God, what is wrong with you? People from the countryside are like so weird. Anyway, you know that nasty ramen place near the school? Just go to the end of that street and there's a hardware store called Okita. It's way cheaper than the home supply store to the west of the station, as long as they have what you want anyway.
No relation to FGO's Okita.
Like poor Okita. Use my bicycle if you want, I don't care. I won't need it until the exams are over anyway.
Sojiro's eyes lit up as if he had met his savior. But biking uphill to the mansion, let alone with a package to carry, was not a pretty thought. I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. See you at school tomorrow. Saying farewell to his co-worker, he headed to the hardware store. He needed a cheap and sturdy bamboo broom and a large dustpan to go with it. If possible, a pushcart and a stick for a splint would have been nice, too. As it happened, Sojiro wanted quite a few things. Alice returned to her work after waking from her nap. The Kuonji estate had an annex that housed a library. The library was filled with books handed down to her from her mother, so it was Alice's territory such that Aoko dared not enter. The mansion was the witch's abode, left behind by the times. The library was a fairy tale quarters, lost to the ages. It was a natural sanctuary for the young witch who could command employees to do her bidding. She relied on her memory to recall the location of each book on the many shelves. And then she saw it. Upon raising her head, she was met with the most unusual sights. Right, what was that line? The most unusual of sights. Okay. Her elegant eyebrows bristled in distaste. For the moment on, she failed to accomplish anything she had planned for the day. She was instead forced to stare at the strange sight outside her window, eyebrows fixed in that position until the sunset.
Ah well. Moving into the grand mansion on the hill had not brought any major changes to Sojiro's day-to-day schedule. He woke up, went to his part-time job, ate breakfast, and went to school. Classes came and went, still strange and new, broken up by rare and brief moments of rest until the school day ended. He left school, went to his part-time job, slept, woke up, and studied for exams. A modest life for a modest young man, continuing every day in the same fashion despite his best efforts to change his fortune. But nothing ever really changes. Whether Aoko was by his side in the mansion, as he was as was frequently the case, or whether Alice was making him drink some potion she prepared before going to bed. The former was an attempt by Aoko to make him feel better. The latter was some attempt to keep him safe, even if he did not fully appreciate it. Then one day, a day like any other, while Sojiro was pouring himself some tea as he worried over the lack of change in his life.
Oh, by the way,
His relationship with Alice was the same as ever, but there was one major change this morning. He was drinking black tea instead of green. Though there were all sorts of different types of tea to be found in the kitchen, a newcomer to the world of tea like Sojiro could not tell one of them from the next. Naturally, his tea-making skills were limited to tea bags, one of which he placed in his cup before returning to the dining table. Alice and Aoko were already seated. The two were eating in silence. In this household, it was everyone for themselves when it came to breakfast. The diplomatic description of their breakfast would be simple. The more accurate description would be 2 slices of stale bread prepared in seconds. Aoko exchanged a word or two with Alice, took a sip of tea, and stood up from her seat. Since it was winter break for the high schooler Alice, she returned to her room after eating as she normally did, while Aoko headed to the front door, shoes in hand, ready for school. After hurriedly clearing the table, Sojiro rushed out of the door after Aoko. Together, they walked down the long hill in the direction of school. They had spent 3 days following this very simple routine. So, any word on you-know-who?
school had
School had ended and evening had arrived. Buttered bread roll in one hand, Alice replied, with a simple, silent shake of her head.
Yeah, I think these two talking now.
Thought so. The enemy must be considering their next move too. Have you figured out where the mage is?
Her response was exactly the same. Without showing the slightest sign of dejection, she continued to chew the roll and took a stab at her salad.
Okay then, I'll help you once exams are over if you can manage on your own till then. I had to help that idiot study, so my schedule is pretty warped.
Alice's face grew dour as she had something to get off her chest.
Don't give me that look. You're on winter break, so you can spend all day working on it, can't you?
Alice was indeed on vacation and could spend all day, every day on her work as a mage. Yet she had spent the past few days holed up in the library instead. She was hardly devoting herself to dealing with the challenger, as Aoko put it.
Alice, are you listening? Yes, I'll get to work on it tonight.
Sighing, she stood up. What was bothering Alice, and what was it she wanted to say? What had she been doing in only 2 hours earlier? The young witch took her leave from the breakfast table without offering a single clue. Misaki High was a private school, and as such, its winter break started earlier than public schools. The end-of-term ceremony was in mid-December, followed by a brief respite before the next term began. Of course, that was if and only if they overcame the classic obstacle lying between them and an extended break from school, final exams. The radio continued to its broadcast late into the night. A thermos of hot tea eliminated the need to venture down to the kitchen. An electric blanket kept away the winter cold, and a crab-shaped pastry shaved off any dinnertime hunger. Staved off. These were the lengths Aoko had gone to. She needed to ensure that every aspect of her surroundings helped her pull a successful all-nighter.
Congrats on surviving the first day of exams. Are you ready to leave your old study habits behind and be reborn as a new student?
Sojiro nodded earnestly. Upon returning from work, he encountered not the mage he expected, but the demon student council president, Aozaki, half a day earlier. The first day of exams were over, and Sojiro was about to head back to the mansion where he hoped to put his plan into practice when...
Tonight, I'm holding you prisoner. Your grades are simply unacceptable. Cancel your shift and any other plans you have.
A cold blue grin greeted him in the hallway. Clenched in her fist was Sojiro's exam paper. Mr. Yamashiro had no doubt said, "He only just transferred. We can't expect miracles." But she had snatched the exam out of the teacher's hands the minute he tried to show her. That was how Sojiro had ended up in Aoko's room, instead of the room in the attic to which he was accustomed. Though their situation was far from normal, at the end of the day she was an adolescent girl like any other. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable letting a boy her own age into her room. By the way, she has 2 guitars, I'd like to point that out.
Yeah.
She must really like music. However, his grades were truly something that called for desperate measures. That explained why her mood was even worse than normal today, and the vein on her forehead was pulsing visibly with anger.
I need to finish my own studies first. You can use the table in the meantime.
Aoko turned her back to him and sat down at her favorite desk. Sojiro was left standing before a cheap-looking glass table. I'm still not really used to all this. What's that blue thing over there, Aozaki? Restless, Sojiro found his eyes drawn to the guitar propped up in the corner. It's thin, blue, and intense looking. It's got your name written all over it. Don't tell me it's some kind of weapon.
It's a musical instrument. I understand if you've never seen an electric one, but you must have seen an acoustic guitar in the music room. Keep talking though, and you'll soon see it also work as a weapon.
Sojiro plopped himself down onto a cushion, struggling to suppress the desire to retort that it was a weapon after all.
Don't play the victim. Usually you're as oblivious as an old and deaf dog. What's got you so worked up this time?
In fact, it was Aoko who was oblivious for once. For his part, Sojiro could not figure out why he felt so restless either. Suffice to say, they were both pretty clueless in this moment.
Is it the way I decorated my room? My furniture's totally different to the stuff in the drawing room, so I understand if it seems a little weird. I brought everything from home except the bed. It's been 2 years since I moved here, but I still don't feel like me and my stuff belong in this big old house.
Though she misunderstood the real reason for Sojiro's nervousness, Aoko seemed satisfied that she had resolved Sojiro's anxiety for the time being and returned to her studies. She flipped through her notes and textbooks as if fast-forwarding a tape. There was no opening for an outsider like him to intrude in her high-speed study session. Repelled by her intensity, he retreated to his table. He was at least sensitive enough to pick up on her desire to be left alone. It was a testament to Sojiro that having his needs utterly ignored was now second nature to him, to the extent that he could now happily go about his business in solitude. Two hours passed. Then, as the clock neared 11, Aoko's speed and concentration began to slip. Seeing his window of opportunity, Sojiro seized the moment to strike up a conversation. Aozaki, can I talk to you for a minute?
What is it?
She spoke hesitantly, not bothering to turn to face him. She continued to flip the pages of her textbook, albeit at a slower speed than before. I noticed how you and Alice have been acting at dinner these past 3 days, and, is it always like that?
Yes, it's normal. Do we not look normal?
I'm not sure how to answer that. It's just, at school, people seem to enjoy eating together, so I thought it was strange that the two of you don't look like you enjoy it. And I thought maybe it's because of.
Don't worry, it's not because of you that we haven't been talking at meal times. We've never really talked to each other during meals.
Echo spoke calmly with her back still turned, seemingly unaware of what he was getting at. Well, it can get pretty tense. And here I thought you two were close friends. She neither confirmed nor denied his statement. She was, however, surprised by the disappointed tone in which he had made it.
You're not wrong, it can get tense. I can't remember how many times she's put mescaline in your drink, and yesterday she was adding Rowan to your salad. What?
I believe Rowan is poisonous, and I assume mescaline is too.
Beats me what the hell she was thinking. Oh, mescaline is a hallucinogenic.
Oh. A bitter
A
smile
bitter...
spread. Yeah, a bitter smile spread across her face in reminiscence. The pages of her textbook continued to turn. Mescaline, what's that? Oh,
There.
right.
It's a hallucinogenic alkaloid produced by the peyote cactus. I'm assuming it's more than just your average hallucinogen if Alice is using it, though. And I'm done.
With that, she slammed her fourth textbook of the night. After having scarcely changed positions the whole night, she finally turned in her chair to face him.
Now it's time to put you to work. I don't know what I was expecting, but I still almost fainted when I saw your scores.
Her tone was light, but her gaze was heavy as she stared at Sojiro, seated cross-legged on the floor.
Modern literature, geography, math, and electronics. Electronics grade?
Wonder what that entails.
If you don't up your grades over the next 2 days, your winter break is as good as gone. And that'll be more of a problem for me than you.
Like, cell phones weren't even commonplace in the 80s. Like, I disagree. I think it'll be worse. Going to school during the break would not work out for me. Sojiro calmly corrected her.
For you? If you have to go to school over the break, what do you think will happen to me?
All she could think about, as much as she tried not to, was Mr. Yamashiro and his annoying grin.
I cannot allow any student to fail every single class, not on my watch. If I could beat good grades out of you, I would. Lucky for you, you have extenuating circumstances and, shall we say, so I'll give you a pass just this once. A good all-nighter is usually enough for me to prepare for exams, so it shouldn't take too long to get you up to speed either.
Sojiro's expression openly soured her in response to her declaration. It was obvious he did not think he needed her meddling in his studies.
Oh please, which of us do you think is going to have the hard time of it, me or you?
Sojiro got the feeling that it would be him, but he nodded slowly nonetheless. Then again, it would probably take more effort on her part than on his, and in any case, he knew there was no way to talk her out of it. I feel bad for making you do this. Sojiro summarily bowed his head to show gratitude and willingness to work.
Good. And don't worry, I'm not a demon like they say. You can get less than average marks and still pass. You'll probably be able to go to bed by 3.
She nodded with satisfaction, pleased by his studious attitude. He had plenty of obstacles ahead of him, but that sense of humility might be enough to see him through.
Wait, what was I thinking? I can't afford to be this soft on you. Shizuki, let me be straight about this. Temporary arrangement. It's not every day I offer private, one-on-one lessons like this. This is beyond rare, an exception among exceptions, and don't you go forgetting that.
She spoke more to convince herself than him, but his expression still darkened. It made one want to hang aside a sign around his neck that read, "Please take me home," like an abandoned pet. Aoko chided herself for being so soft. For some reason, in that moment, she recalled that it had been raining in the day they met each other. Time passed like the falling grains of an hourglass.
Finished.
Aoko squinted as light poured through the window as she downed another cup of tea. She had lost count of exactly how many she drank long ago. It only took the whole night, Aozaki? Sojiro picked up what she had left unspoken. Aoko had used up all her pep in staying up all night, but also in shouting at him. He looked pale and uncomfortable, just as he had all night long.
I underestimated you, Sojiro Shizuki.
Come on, Aozaki. You know I get weirded out when you compliment me.
No, you deserve a pat on the head.
She was at the end of her rope, but she could not help a bit of pride that swelled up in her. His lack of even the most basic comprehension was shocking, even taking into account his upbringing in the wilderness. His ability was that of a middle school student, and now was being generous. Preparing him for exams by teaching him new concepts and ideas was a waste of time. Rote memorization was his only hope for passing. Everything he memorized could collapse like a house of cards afterwards for all she cared, so long as he remembered for his exams. Assuming he had the capacity to be a good student in the first place had been a mistake. It took all night to cover the content for just 4 exams, and she did not feel confident he could apply what he so earnestly tried to memorize.
I appreciate your effort, but you just take too long to memorize new information.
Come on, go easy on me. I'm used to learning things with my body, not my head. Aoko let out an exasperated sigh. Naturally, physical prowess mattered more in mountain life than the intellectual kind, but still.
Whatever. At least now you should do well enough to satisfy Yamashiro. Mind making some more tea?
Sojiro stood up and obeyed, as Aoko stretched her aching back. She had apparently bought tea bags in bulk, so there was still plenty to use. Good grief, this is so wasteful. He spoke under his breath, so she wouldn't hear. It made him somehow happy to see her so tired and uncomfortable after the grueling all-night lessons she had given him. It's not crossed his mind that the excess tea bags, far from being an indulgent purchase, were purchased intentionally to sustain them through the night. A relaxed expression came across Ako's face as she watched him, naive and peaceful as could be.
Not bad, but I should teach him how to make it from tea leaves instead.
Seeming to overhear her not-so-inner monologue, Sojiro made a face to her. Does it really make a difference?
Yeah, big time. Although honestly, I don't really care. Alice is the one who's really picky about her tea. Which reminds me, how are things going between you two?
Aoko cheerfully slumped over the table, now covered with textbooks and scribbled notes. Sojiro watched her with a hint of resentment in his eyes. We've only ever seen each other at dinner, and you know how that goes. Honestly, I don't know why I should bother getting along with her.
Really? And here's me thinking you'd have lots of motivation to play nice. It's not like you're scared of her for one, plus, she's looking for any reason to kick you out. Sounds like a great reason to make nice if you ask me.
Are you sure about that? Because to me it feels like me and you being... me and you before everything at the amusement park. How's that a good reason?
My point is, there's no hostility between you, right? It's a one-sided relationship, but that's not actually a bad thing considering this is Alice we're talking about. You have a chance as long as she hasn't found a reason to off you. She's usually quick to respond to hostility, and it's her enemies that usually end up destroying themselves.
Her ominous words only confused Sojiro further.
Once you understand that, it's actually pretty simple. Except...
Whether or not he could put it into practice was another story altogether. Sounds like a difficult situation then, Aozaki. He carries their teacups back to the table as he spoke. Aoko picked hers up and took a sip of it to dispel her exhaustion. But I think you're right. I still don't know her at all. The problem is, my knowledge of Alice Kuonji ends with her name. He followed Aoko's lead and took a sip of his own. His cup contained not tea, but plain hot water.
Well, would you like me to tell you a bit about her?
Aoko scrutinized him carefully as she sat. Most boys would have been captivated by her gaze in that moment. No, I think I should ask her myself. But he ignored her and stared straight ahead as if speaking directly to Alice herself.
Fine. You really want to do this her way, don't you? Speaking of which, what exactly did you say to her in the guest room? I know she and I have an agreement, but I've never known her to just ignore a visitor for half a day.
He thought back to that moment. He could recall only 2 or 3 words he had exchanged with Alice after awakening in the guest room. He did not recall the conversation being anything special, but he could not bring himself to casually share it with Aoko now. After all...
Hey, what did you say that had such an effect on her?
Aoko eagerly pressed him for answers. Sojiro frowned, unsure of what to say. He did not know what the interaction had been like for Alice, but for him it had felt special. For him it had felt special, sacred almost. The question was, why and for whom was he so concerned?
Come on, just tell me. I can tell you're just dying to let it out.
Her disconcerting smile moved even closer. Sojiro did not look like he was able to stay silent much longer. As he would eventually come to realize, Aoko Aozaki had sometimes troubling propensity to gossip. Well, I can't tell you what we talked about, but I will say that she wasn't as flirtatious as the way you are right now. After how strict you were earlier, I didn't realize you had such a friendly side. He stared directly into her eyes as he spoke. Aoko nearly leapt out of her seat in a panic. Now that he pointed it out, she realized their bodies were practically touching.
So you noticed, huh? I was just using the most effective way to break you, of course. And besides, the moment you leave my side, all hell seems to break loose.
Aoko stood up as she lashed back at him. You got me there. I haven't felt so focused in years. Too bad this was just an exception among exceptions.
Well, look at you, Sojiro. Before you know it, you'll be acing your exams and your relationships with Alice.
I will, Aozaki. Don't you worry. His cool response caught her off guard, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. She meant it sarcastically, and yet he responded with a warm smile. I'm going to change my strategy. The first step, engage her directly. You can't stay mad forever, as they say. Aoko remained in a state of silent shock as he spoke and rose to his feet. She could not help but feel a reluctant respect for what seemed to be his newfound confidence and competence. I'll go home by myself today and speak to Alice. You have a student council meeting after class, right? He was right. It was their last meeting before winter break. Normally, he would have waited until the meeting ended, or else gone straight to his part-time job. This was part of Aoko's plan to make sure he and Alice were never alone in the mansion together.
Hold it. You mean you're planning to face Alice by yourself?
You make it sound like we're going to get into a fight. I wouldn't stand a chance, you know that. His reply made complete sense, which floored her. Even I can see that things only get more messy when you're around, Aozaki. That's why I'd appreciate it if you take your time with Tobimaru today.
Are you serious?
He felt like he was being tested, but nodded nonchalantly nonetheless. Knowing how grave the situation really was, Aoko was not sure how to respond to his apparent lack of concern. The morning light came through the window, marked a stark contrast between the two. Which stood bathed in light, which lurked in darkness. That went without saying. The silence lasted for only a brief moment. Staring at him gravely, she said,
Fine, then I won't stop you.
That was all she had. Her dry tone hid the significance of her pregnant silence, not revealing the slightest sign of discord. Are you sure you're not angry, Aozaki?
Yes, I'm sure, but do you have some kind of plan? You need a good plan of attack with her, you know.
Sojiro furrowed his brow in deep thought. He knew it would be hard to get close to her through talk alone. In fact, it felt nearly impossible. Gifts work where words fail. Kenobi had been the voice of wisdom and folly for him countless times in the past. Incidentally, Kenobi had been referring to Aoko at the same time he shared that pearl of wisdom. But Sojiro had the distinct impression that trying to buy Aozaki's kindness with gifts would not end well. I don't know what kind of stuff Alice is into. We probably have almost nothing in common. Sojiro crossed his arms at a loss.
In other words, you haven't got any plan as usual.
Right, but I don't want to overthink it too much either. It's not like I'm going to explain things to her and then she'll suddenly understand. I mean... He pondered intently as he tried to put his vague thoughts into something concrete, but he did not spend much time in thought. With a nod, he concluded, What's more important is whether I like her or not, right? He articulated that which is often so hard to say, with surprising clarity and calm. It's certainly a prerequisite for the task he hoped to achieve. He had no hope of making her appreciate him with words, or with acts of giving with the expectation of reciprocation. He simply wished to get to know her better because he liked her. That was his honest, uncontrived intention, and it reflected the purity of his heart. But whether that was his best interest or not was another story altogether. Calculation and compromise, selfishness and conflict. Purity such as this often irritated people who believed that morals went against human nature, or rather, people who were inevitably forced to believe it. Aoko silently walked away without responding to what Sojiro said. Her long hair swung from side to side as she passed him. Aozaki? Noting her strangely cold manner, he called out to her. However, she was already opening the door to leave.
I'm going to take a shower downstairs. You can go back to your room.
Her words lacked any expressive inflection. In his confusion, all Sojiro could do was nod. Okay, but are you sure you're not mad? Emotion returned to her face as she spoke. Yet it was not the typical irritated look to which he had grown so accustomed.
I guess I might be what someone like you would call mad. I'd rather not discuss the reason why, though.
Poor Sojiro did not even realize that he himself was the reason. She looked at him, and for an instant he witnessed an emotion on her face of which he had never seen the likes of before.
See you. This might be the last time we meet, so I should say goodbye. You take Alice far too lightly, you know. For you, that's a strength, but for us, it's pure poison.
The door slammed loudly shut behind her. Her steps were audible as she walked away on the other side of the wall. The corridor must have been nearly freezing without any central heating, but Aoko seemed perfectly comfortable.
Wait, why am I leaving first? This is all backward. It's my room. You go first.
Aoko probably kicked Sojiro out of her room. Once again, the wooden door closed with a slam. The corridor was not as cold as he expected. Not quite as bad as a freezer, at least. Actually,
The second day of the exams ended and Sojiro was on his way back to the mansion. The road grew steeper as the woods thicker as he made his way up to the familiar slope. People in town called it not a hill but a mountain, simply because it took over 20 minutes to climb. This did not sit well with Sojiro, for whom a mountain was something that could not be overcome so easily. The road was paved, for one thing, and the canopy overhead let in plenty of sunlight to guide the way. None of the inclines were especially steep, and no animals lurked in the underbrush. There was no chance of losing his way, no reason to worry about getting lost.
how sad. I'm still complaining.
Sojiro quietly reprimanded himself for getting so wrapped up in his own little world. In the past few weeks since moving here, he had been constantly comparing the town with his former mountain home. Normally, he would not get upset over it, but in recent days since meeting Aoko, as it happened, he had become rather hung up on the differences. He was none the wiser as to why, but he knew that Aoko was a force that could not be stopped. This naturally made him want to quicken his own pace. The mansion they both lived in was the antipathy of their lively personality. It stood out like a sore thumb, even in a town like Misaki. Some people said it was haunted. There were no ghosts per se, but it was inhabited by magicians, so their claims were closer to the truth than they could have possibly known.
Speaking of which, I wonder, between ghosts and magicians, which would be more surprising?
Lost in contemplation as he was, the boy failed to notice how his own lack of familiarity with the city life played into the equation. In any case, none of his pondering changed what needed to be done. Tomorrow's the last day of exams. That meant he only had a little longer until Aoko stopped taking responsibility for his safety. If possible, today was going to be the day when the mansion's owner accepted his continued residence there. Sojiro slipped between the trees encircling the mansion and walked down the naturally tree-lined avenue that led him to the front door.
Here goes.
Taking a deep breath, he stepped across the threshold. The drawing room was where he expected to find Alice. However, he found himself face to face with the most unexpected scene. Few steps in, he arrived at a large foyer extending from the mansion's entrance. But one thing was clearly out of place. The foyer of the mansion was like a hall in a medieval castle. It was illuminated by the cold winter sun casting down through the skylight, unaided by artificial light. The wooden tiles smelled of the outdoors. And there was Alice, dressed in all black, huddled against a column so enormous it resembled a sharply cornered tree trunk. The mansion was quite literally supporting her frail body. Like a mother's lullaby or a gently rocking cradle. The heavy atmosphere within this old building suppressed even the slightest stir, almost as if warding away any disturbance to her slumber. She's just napping like that.
Yep.
There she slept in the shadows of home. Hidden away from outsiders, her sleeping figure was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid eyes upon her. Sojiro instinctively looked up at the ceiling out of sheer awkwardness. He wanted to surprise her, but not in this way. Her slender frame lay asleep by the fireplace. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, yet hard on his heart at the same time. Her slumber seemed breathless. She was too still, with not even a hint of movement. And yet, slumped against that frigid column under the cold winter sky, happiness appeared to be her blanket. A passerby would not be blamed for thinking she was in the most peaceful state of eternal slumber, death.
She must be pretty cold.
Sojiro spoke to himself as he gazed idly upon her. Bringing her a blanket or something warm did not sound so. Or something warm did not so much as cross the boy's mind. Instead, odd as it sounds, the first thing he thought to do was to go prepare some tea. He made sure to be as quiet as possible as he opened the drawing room door. On the table, waiting for him, were 3 pills. They were the medicine Aoko required him to take every day when he arrived home. Gulping down the vaguely sweet pills and continuing on to the kitchen, he selected a box of tea from among the many in the cabinet and brewed enough for 2 people. Alice was still asleep when he returned to the foyer. Careful not to make any noise, he crouched close to the ground. He was startled by how cold the floor felt through his pants. He thought it would be warmer here by the fireplace, but then again, he recalled how Aoko had referred to it as a useless hole in the wall. What was likely the case was neither she nor Alice knew how to use it properly. After taking the teacups from the tray and placing one in front of each of them, Sojiro carefully pulled his textbook on classical literature from his satchel.
I better get to work or Aozaki will get mad at me again.
He could still see her angry face from this morning. The reason for her anger was still as much a mystery as the unusual look he saw briefly come across her face. In any case, one thing was certain: he needed to start studying for tomorrow. Thanks to Aoko's instruction, today's exams went well enough, but tomorrow's would be an even more formidable challenge. After how angry she was this morning, he could not expect her to help him again tonight.
Which means I'll probably do poorly, and then she'll get mad at me again. Not that my grades have anything to do with her in the first place.
He complained under his breath as he cracked open his textbook. Apparently, he intended to spend his time in this fashion until Alice finally awoke. Oh gosh, my door's being knocked on. Whoops.
Okay.
I was told there's pancakes.
Okay. I think we're getting
The
close to
sound
the end.
The sound of pages turning was the only audible noise in the grand hall. There was no ticking of clocks or rustling of leaves to disturb her sleep. After a few hours, Sojiro quietly rose to his feet. The light had filled the foyer, was beginning to turn from white to red.
Time to go to work.
He glanced again at Alice as he stretched his stiff back. She slept in perfect stillness, just as she had this entire time. Sojiro arched his brow in speculation. He had no idea what her normal sleeping schedule was like, so he had no idea as to whether he should wake her.
Never mind. Aozaki will be home soon anyway. She'll be fine.
As if reaching the end of a long train of thought, Sojiro gave a quick nod of his head and took his leave of the mansion. Today, work was a shift at a Chinese restaurant in Misaki shopping district, the Mad Bear. Their uniforms had been made by someone with an obvious preference for garish colors. The orange apron was emblazoned with a cartoonish polar bear slashing a walk into with its powerful claws. The design resembled warning signs about wild animals seen in the mountains and stood out in Misaki for its one-of-a-kind originality. This was the Chinese restaurant, the Mad Bear. Aside from its name and logo, the restaurant was a type of cheap, hole-in-the-wall dive that could be found anywhere. It faced competition from the ever-increasing number of chain restaurants, though it had managed to last longer than other dining spots, having received rave reviews on a regular basis. The Mad Bear prioritized the personal touch, focusing on its local clientele, and thus made a point to offer home delivery. Oh heck yeah, home delivery, especially back then, would have been amazing. It had earned the affectionate moniker QKS, Quick Killer Stop. Making these deliveries was Sojiro's responsibility for the time being. Places in Misaki within cycling distance fell under his domain. Anything beyond that was handled by a more experienced staff member on the legendary 50cc King Salmon motorbike, but anyway.
I never guess what a buddy at Yashirogi told me.
Delivery workers were not out on deliveries, they spent their shift busy bussing tables or washing dishes. The dinner rush was yet to come, and Sojiro and his fellow delivery boys were shooting the breeze while washing dishes in the back.
Yo, Shizuki. I'm listening, Kinomi. I'm listening.
The two were elbow deep in a giant sink as they enthusiastically scrubbed. At least, that was what they pretended to do while they gossiped.
He said it's not just a Japanese place, you know. Kenya? He heard Imperial Metropolis and Messian here in Misaki got orders too. Hey, Messian, that was CL's favorite place in Tsukihime. I mean, if you want that much meat, just go to Shitaichi, man. Who the heck orders raw meat and an entire salmon? I tell you, there's some weird shit going on at that place, for real. Maybe they have a pet alligator or something. I've definitely never heard an order like that. What's an alligator? An alligator's an alligator, dude. You never seen one? I mean, I've never actually seen one in real life either, but even I know what an alligator is. You know what? I'll lend you my tape of the world's most terrifying animals episode on Africa.
This was a familiar pattern of conversation between the two, especially now Kinomi was used to Sojiro's lack of general knowledge. Their banter was interrupted by a delivery phone. The manager snapped up the receiver and quickly jotted down the order and address. Once he hung up, everyone in the kitchen did their best to avoid making eye contact with him. Nobody wanted to go rushing out for delivery on such a cold day.
Shizuki, this one's a little far away. Oh, a little far away, but I want you to handle it.
The manager singled Sojiro out for the task, seemingly unfazed by his staff's laziness.
Here's the order. It's an unusual one, so keep it to yourself, okay? Oh, sorry.
The manager tore the sheet with the order and the address written on it from his memo pad. Sojiro took one look at it before a grimace quietly spread across his face.
Sorry, something about what he was saying earlier about the alligator was bothering me. I don't think alligators are in Africa. That's crocodiles.
I guess he can't tell the difference either.
Yeah, yeah, Wikipedia here says alligators are only in the United States and China. Anyway. Boss? Yeah.
Stared right back at him as he could tell what it was he wanted to say.
Look, I know what you're thinking, but I've been in this business a long time, and this is far from the strangest thing I've seen. It's no big deal. Now, help me get this stuff out from cold storage.
Sojiro stared in admiration as the manager, dressed in black, marched out of the kitchen in his all-business way. Nowhere was free from the odd occurrence now and then. You're late.
It was after 10 at night. Sojiro had taken a small detour on his way home from work, and now faced an outraged Aoko as expected. Seeing her so visibly irritated made him feel a rush of relief. He did not know why she was angry, but he could tell it was a different type of anger than what he saw earlier that morning. Really? But it's only a little after 10. Did something happen, Aozaki? He set down the cardboard box he had been carrying in his arms and glanced toward the fireplace. The sleeping girl was there no more.
It's not only a little after 10, you arrived after curfew. You've got no clue I'm angry, do you? Just come to the drawing room.
She walked briskly to the other room without pausing, leaving Sojiro standing in confusion, head tilted to one side. He proceeded to pick his box back up and follow after her eagerly. He removed his coat and hung it on the hanger as he entered the living room. Apparently today was one of those days where Alice kept herself locked away in her room. On the table were the familiar pills.
It's partly my fault for not being more clear about this, but you need to come home on time. Your curfew exists for a reason.
Aoko handed him the pills and a glass of water with an expectant look on her face. But I already took the pills before I went out, and I feel fine anyway. I don't think I need any pills today. Any more pills today.
Excuse me? You think this has anything to do with how you feel? Let's get real. These pills you take every day when you come home, they're poison. Slow-acting poison, mind, and they take half a day to kick in. If you don't take more pills before that happens, the older poison will kill you. This is how much rope Alice is willing to give you. Get it? So drink up. I'm enjoying this just about as much as you are. And until I think of a way around this, you're going to have to deal with that.
Maybe I misheard you for a second. Did you say these pills I've been taking this whole time are actually bad for me? Sojiro took the pills from her and gulped it down. The fact that it was poison gave him no pause at all. As for his roommate's tyrannical behavior, he showed no signs of standing up for it. Using poison to cancel poison. You two are really taking the old-fashioned approach, huh? Sojiro's face relaxed in a smile upon finding the funny side of the situation. Aoko was utterly dumbfounded as to how he could be happy at a time like this. I was running late on the way home because I dropped by my old apartment to get my stuff. You could have tried calling me if it was such a big deal, you know.
Your stuff? Wait, is that everything?
Sojiro nodded emphatically as she pointed incredulously at the cardboard box in his hands. It's stupid to pay rent when I don't even live there, so I thought I should move everything out. But I arranged it so I can go back any time within the next 3 months.
Rent? Oh, right. How could I forget? I'm sure Alice would be thrilled to hear about this. Oh no.
A smile blossomed across her face as they say. It was the open, bull-faced look of a child who just came up with a mischievous plan. Sojiro shook with fear at the thought of what that smile might bring his way.
You sure don't have much. That one cardboard box contains all of your worldly possessions.
This is a lot to me. Is Alice upstairs?
She just went to her room, although she stayed at the dinner table longer than usual. I guess she got tired of waiting.
She gave Sojiro a meaningful look while continuing to smile that sinister smile. She got tired of waiting. For what?
I imagine she wanted to punish whoever decided to use the last of her fauchon and blue calico.
Why do I know that name? I think Fauchon was the brand of tea I used.
It sure is. To be honest, even I was shocked when I first walked in. I know how she falls asleep all over the mansion, but I never seen her prepare tea first. I woke her up to see if she was okay, and she was just as surprised as I was. We couldn't imagine who would do such a thing.
Sojiro clapped his hands together as if remembering something important. He had forgotten to clean up the tea before leaving. The regret written from forehead to chin delighted Aoko immensely. I see. How mad was she?
Pretty mad. Robin was all aflutter about it too.
Well, I'm mad at myself too, if that helps. I can't believe I forgot to take them back to the kitchen. Sojiro harshly scolded himself for his failure.
No, dummy. She was mad at you because you sat and watched her sleep.
Oh, I didn't think she would mind all that much.
Well, we do mind when you watch us sleep, just so you know.
Aoko's glare was enough to make glass shatter. There was an indescribable intensity in the way she said that. You mean it's a personal pet peeve for you and Alice?
No, it's common sense. If you go around assuming that other people feel the same way as you, you're asking for trouble.
Huh, but isn't it kind of her fault for falling asleep in the foyer in the first place? It would be stranger if I saw her like that and didn't want to look out for her.
Look, I appreciate that's what you thought, but you just have to understand that's how the lady of the house is. While you live here, responsibility for any and all mistakes or bad judgment on your part will be laid at your feet and your feet alone. Do you get what I'm trying to say here?
Ako's question sent Sojiro into a trance of deep thought until he finally uttered. So in other words, I'm in Alice's kingdom now?
Yes, congratulations, although technically this kingdom belongs to both me and her, which means what we say goes.
She smiles as she spoke and plopped herself down on the sofa. Sojiro remained standing behind the sofa opposite her as he ran over their conversation again and again in his head. The notion of this being their kingdom made him realize he actually had no idea where the girls had come from or their family's background. Where are your parents, Aozaki? He inadvertently blurted out, this being the question foremost on his mind.
They're alive and well. They own a place in Tokawa, 4 stops in Misaki. I learned everything I know from my grandfather, who's retired now and lives with them.
Huh, sounds like a pretty normal family. Sojiro had imagined something more outrageous for a family of magicians.
Sure, as far as my parents go. My father sucked as a mage. My grandfather says it skipped a generation, so I get double the power. But I'm not so sure about that. I think Alice has the more type of family you're imagining. She's from England, you know.
Aoko offered nothing more, as if to suggest that was as far as she was willing to reveal for now. Sojiro had insisted on talking to Alice directly rather than hearing things secondhand, so chose not to go back on his words by pushing the topic further.
Ask her if you want to know more. Now you know why she loves English blends of tea so much. Speaking of which, why did you use tea leaves today of all days? You should have stuck to tea bags.
But you said the leaves taste better, and also that Alice is picky about her tea. Aoko was momentarily at a loss for words. He seemed so oblivious most of the time, but apparently he was attentive to some details, at least selectively.
Just forget it. Anyway, think you can make it home by yourself tomorrow? They accepted my proposal for a mochi making festival in the new year, so I'll be pretty busy with that.
Sojiro nodded in acceptance. In fact, he had already been planning to do so before she even asked. I'll be fine, but what about you? You haven't even slept since yesterday.
Oh, I took a quick 3-hour nap earlier. I'll be fine. What about you for that matter? I hope you didn't forget about our session tonight.
She meant the all-night cramming session, of course. Needless to say, Sojiro was more than likely to struggle, given that he, too, had not slept a wink. All he could do was give a relieved smile. He thought back to the days just after he transferred here, when she watched him watches every move from the sidelines and showed a startling amount of concern for him. I didn't forget. Besides, it's tougher on you than me, Aozaki. I'm so glad to be your exception among exceptions. This cheery response grated on her just a little.
Wow, you manage to forget everything except for the most irritating little details, don't you?
She heaved her shoulders in exasperation and dropped her head as an excuse to look away from the beaming smile on her face. The following day, actually,
The last day of finals had ended without a hitch. That final December hurdle was finally a thing of the past. For all but one student, that is. To Sojiro, the greatest challenge was yet to come. He bid farewell to his classmates, all jittery with excitement for the last day of term, and headed into the Shiroi Nuzuka woods. The road home was no different than yesterday. Like he was reliving yet another day striding up that hill. Yet today, there was a fierce determination in his steps. Today was his last chance, and he wanted nothing more than to talk to the girl. He did not care if she was cruel to him or ignored him, nor whether Aoko was being truthful when she said that she could trap him in a mirror land or something like that. All he really cared about was having a chance to speak with her face to face. But nothing is ever that simple. To tell the truth, what he found upon finally entering the mansion was not wholly unexpected.
she sure sleeps a lot.
The deja vu he was experiencing made him dizzy. Faced with an exact reenactment of the previous day, he could not help but blurt out what he was thinking. Alice was sleeping by the fireplace, just as she had done yesterday. The way her legs draped to one side resembled those of a princess in a children's book. She looked more comfortable than she had the day before. Miraculously, he had a rare flash of insight that enabled him to read the situation more clearly.
What could Tobimaru be doing at school on his own?
Upon glancing back at the entrance, he made his decision, took a deep breath, and rolled up his sleeves. If today was a reenactment of yesterday, then he supposed he would play along with that idea. Sojiro removed his shoes and headed for the kitchen. He was off to prepare another ill-fated pot of tea. Since she was angry about him using her precious potion, it was time he turned to Jackson's fruit and herb brew. Sadly, this was about as much as Sojiro could manage to amend his behavior. He had failed to realize that it was not the brand of tea that had landed him in hot water, but rather his incorrect brewing method. After filling the pot with tea, he carried it back to the foyer. His breath was visible in the cold air as he sat himself down by the fireplace. Sojiro took a sip of the fruity tea he prepared for himself and pulled his textbook from his bag. Exams were over now, but he had been instructed to take extra classes for the subjects from day one of school, quite inevitable. The foyer was warmer than the outside, but still far from comfortable. It was enough to make anyone yearn for some source of warmth. Sojiro dove into his electronics textbook in this winter-chilled hall. The class was not very popular, which is why it had been recommended to him in the first place. The fact that everyone who took it started on equal footing made it more appealing to him than any other classes.
Aozaki was right.
He downed the rest of the tea, having no appreciation for its flavor, and refilled his cup. The tea was still warm since the ceramic teapot had excellent heat retention.
I can't seem to remember anything that's written down.
He vaguely recalled their conversation as his eyes advanced across the page. The lack of lighting in the foyer was forcing him to rely on illumination from the skylight. The light cut into the room at a diagonal angle in such a way as to divide the foyer into light and dark areas, with the fireplace in shadow. The room resembled ancient ruins covered in ash, or perhaps the quiet, forgotten world of a faded fairy tale. Time slipped on by within the white walls of the room, hidden away from the sun. The minutes passed slowly for some time until the sound of a textbook slamming shut brought the room back to reality. Sojiro stretched his stiff back and eagerly got started on cleaning up. He put his textbook back in his bag, placed his cup on a tray, leaving Alice's sitting in front of her on the floor.
Well, time to go to work.
He said unceremoniously. He spoke as if to convince himself that he had no other choice as he prepared to leave the sleepy foyer behind. But before he could, a sound behind him stopped him in his tracks. He turned around with his bag under his arm and tray in his hands. So as not to cause even a ripple in her teacup, he greeted her.
Hey.
In a light, easygoing manner. She remained seated next to the fireplace like a black-eyed sleeping beauty. Her face was still as a statue, almost no different than it had been in slumber. Looking at Alice now, he realized just how different she and Aoko really were. Aoko communicated her feelings openly, even if he never could quite tell where they came from. Her trademark expression of irritation would keep him guessing as to the reason she was angry, but to her credit, her emotional state was always clear. Alice, on the other hand, was completely unreadable. She might be angry, or then again, he could not tell either way. What do you think you're doing? Her question gave him a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He could not decide whether it was animosity or perplexity that he heard in her voice. If the former, this was likely to turn into a replay of their interaction from the other night. An image of the shattered bottle sprang to his mind. Sojiro knew his response would be extremely important. And after struggling for a few moments, he finally worked up the courage to say something. Just not the correct thing, unfortunately.
Right, about that. It'll take a while to explain, so let me just have a seat first.
He had no idea what the correct approach would be, so he simply did whatever came to his mind instead. She gave him no response. Her face said that she detested his presence, but he plowed ahead nonetheless, regardless. Sojiro took a seat and set down the tray once more. Their eyes met. Her inscrutable gaze was enough to turn most people away. But the target of her animosity appeared not to notice at all. Yes?
Well, I guess I should have done this a long time ago, but I've been wanting to talk to you about something, Alice.
Despite having suggested that it would take time to explain, he managed to sum things up succinctly. Me? Not Aoko?
Huh? Well, I have lots to talk with Aoko about. In fact, I think all three of us should sit down at some point.
Alice found herself out of kilter, unable to read his true intentions. Sojiro continued on, none the wiser to her bewilderment.
Aozaki said you two rarely speak to each other. I'd feel bad if that's because of me, but I'd feel even worse if it isn't. It's sad that we live together but never talk.
Each word he spoke was heavy with emotion. Alice remained utterly unable to discern this boy's intentions. All she could parse was that there was something he wanted from her. But what could that be? What she found even stranger was that he was not speaking to her from a place of fear. Aren't you afraid of me?
No, I don't know enough about you to be scared of you, to tell the truth.
Her gleaming eyes looked like they were made of polished quartz. His response had not been what she expected. He spoke with pure honesty and unfettered truth. Such boldness, however, did not actually upset her. Their conversation ground to a halt. If you could even call it a conversation in the first place. Alice grew tense, as if displeased by the strangely comfortable moment of silence between them. Sojiro endured her cold stare, showing no sign of flinching. Talk. You said you wanted to talk to me. So, be my guest, whatever topic you like. It was more of a challenge than an invitation. He had neither a topic on hand, nor were they intimate enough to strike up a casual conversation. Nonetheless, her challenge hanged in the air, waiting for a response.
Well, what about that bird, the blue one over there? I see it around now and then. Is it your pet? Or is it one of those, what are they called, ploys? A magical familiar?
Her eyes let slip for a moment, a very natural response. It was annoyance, such as that which one might feel toward a troublemaker. Yes, it's a ploy. But the stupid bird isn't mine. It's lived here longer than I have. And I'm afraid I don't know much about it.
You mean it just decided to live here of its own free will?
Of course not. I would never allow such a thing. Robin's useless, but I inherited it from my mother. As such, I permit it to continue living here, despite its constant failures and shortcomings.
I see. That's a relief. Hera was thinking I'm the only useless one in the house.
He turned away in silence to avoid looking at his hapless grin. Thus began Sojiro's very lengthy monologue. It started with his part-time job, then moved on to the school. Next came the amusement park and random gossip around town. And last, the subject of rent. He spent all 20 minutes on mindless small talk. Then he ran out of things to say and finally stopped.
Sorry, I'm on the clock soon, so I should get going.
And that was that. After finally getting his long-awaited chance to talk to her, he realized he had no exit plan in place. So he returned the tray to the kitchen, placed his bag in the foyer, and headed for the door. She had never seen the boy so candid. Which is why, overcome with surprise, she found herself calling out to him. Wait. She had no reason to do so, yet she called out anyway.
Yes?
It's just... I saw the pot you used today.
Oh, right. I wasn't going to make the same mistake as yesterday, but I guess I'm the only one who drank any today, so...
Well, that pot is normally used for coffee, so you shouldn't put tea leaves in it.
Sojiro's eyes...
Sojiro's eyes grew wide with shock. Now he remembered that there had been all sorts of cups and teapots in the cupboard, each one specially designed for a different cup of tea or type of tea.
Who knew there was so much to brewing tea? I guess a beginner like me shouldn't mess with things he doesn't understand, huh?
She let out a vexed sigh. Why didn't you wake me? Either she had not heard what he said, or she had been waiting this whole time for a chance to ask him that. In any case, her question abruptly interrupted his stream of thought. He fell silent with introspection. The thought of waking her had not so much as crossed his mind, either that day or the previous one. Tell me, you didn't wake me. Did you expect me to just keep sleeping? Her eyes were filled with animosity. Lies were useless against such an all-piercing gaze. The setting sun transformed the foyer into a battle of life and death. Lies or deceptive answers would not be permitted. Amidst the palpable tension that filled the room, where any move, wrong or otherwise, was likely to get him killed, he felt pain rather than fear. Alice's voice was icy cold, preemptively rejecting any response he was to give. The boy vaguely imagined a newborn chick that had fallen from the nest, struggling to survive on its own. It gasped, hanging onto the thread of hope, yet detesting where that thread hung.
Do you really want to know?
Alice nodded sharply.
Fine, but it's not especially meaningful or anything. I just think it's rude to wake someone who's asleep.
I have no time for jokes.
That's the truth. I just thought I should let you sleep. I really wanted to talk, but I decided to wait until the next time we saw each other.
How sweet of you. That reminds me, Aoko's protection over you ends today, doesn't it? That makes this your last chance to win me over. So have you, or have you not, learned your lesson? He had not. He swore to her, agreed to her terms, and gone as far as to sit face to face with her to get to know her. Surely, he thought, this was enough to escape death. And she believed as a mage that his naive goodwill and simple-mindedness were all the reasons she needed to execute him. Trivial misunderstandings would only make things worse at this point.
But listen, what am I supposed to have learned? All this magic and magecraft stuff is way over my head. All I know is I've done everything you and Aozaki have asked of me.
Then, why? Her gaze said what she really wanted to ask. She wanted to know why he did not beg for his life. She knew the answer. She saw the look on his face when he turned to leave without so much as trying to wake her. A look of resignation. What on earth had it meant?
What do you expect me to say? I thought if the opportunity didn't present itself, then so be it. When I saw you sleeping again, I didn't know what to do. You're not exactly the easiest people to approach, you and Aozaki, though Aozaki is a little different.
Sojiro struggled to find the right words, but said what he was feeling in the moment anyway. He'd seen a sleeping witch of the wood who clearly needed someone's help, yet sought the help of no one.
But here you are trying to approach... Oh, wait, no.
But here you are trying to approach me anyway, even though the opportunity never presented itself.
No, but it did. That's why I decided to do things my own way today. Even if nothing could go right to begin with.
You talk as though you always expected me to reject you.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to explain.
Sojiro glanced at the entrance. He had no reason he just felt an urge to do so.
I doubt I'm the only one who'd like to see the situation solved.
He muttered as if speaking to himself, but it was clearly meant for her to hear. Alice knew full well how poorly he had understood the situation. All of this was one giant misunderstanding on his part. His tiny gesture of goodwill, pitiful and pure, resembled that of someone reaching out to help a dying kitten. For Alice, doing so would be akin to clutching the thorns of a rose. She felt pain in her chest for the first time in quite a while. I still don't want you in the mansion. She addressed the floor at her feet to avoid showing him how she truly felt. If he had, he would have seen that her face looked just the way Aoko's had earlier.
I'm sure you don't, and I doubt that'll change anytime soon. But that doesn't mean we can't work something out. It's okay if you keep hating me in the meantime.
Her gasp of breath was like a response in itself. To suggest she could keep hating him. She had once wished to hear those words so dearly, if only once.
I mean, you're not the only one. That goes for Aozaki, too. I don't think she wants me here, either. Expecting to feel welcomed would be a big mistake on my part. We're fundamentally different people, and that's never going to change. I just want you to tolerate me. I know it's a lot to ask, but... Is there a way I could live here without bothering you too much?
Thinking that, of course, it was possible, but if it were that easy, none of this would have ever been necessary in the first place. Alice nodded in agreement. There was no way he could have planned for things to work out this well. But his plan in fact had worked, if inadvertently, from the moment the conversation began. You mean, so that I can sleep undisturbed even when you sitting right next to me?
Sure, why not?
Beaming, Sojiro stood up and left the foyer. Alice did not stop him this time. He had a newfound spring in his step as he headed to work. But something gave him a moment's pause.
It's not nice to spy on people.
He complained aloud to make sure a certain someone heard him.
No more than 2 minutes had passed since Sojiro left the mansion when a long-haired figure came creeping into the foyer. Aoko Aozaki had been just outside the entire time, eavesdropping.
Did you get home?
With a sullen glare, Alice addressed the interloper. Aoko was shivering from head to toe after standing in the cold for so long. She deemed gloves an abomination and refused to wear them except in the most extreme cold. As a result, her slender fingers were pitifully swollen and red.
Don't know, a while ago. Anyway, how did it go? You two were talking for so long.
She looked strangely elated as she blew her hands to warm them. Alice was not fooled at all by Aoko's facade, clear from the ill-tempered look she wore on her face.
I I never expected you to be so overprotective. But did you do it out of stubbornness or obligation? Oh please, I was just going with the flow. But seriously, how did it go? You told me you resort to force if he made you mad.
Alice's mood was growing darker and darker the longer she had to look at Aoko's cheerful posturing. It all went back to their dinner together the previous night. After everything that happened in the foyer, Alice was both more suspicious of and intrigued by Sojiro than ever before. She insisted that Aoko let him walk home alone the next day, so that she then used a concoction to fake her slumber and recreate the same scene as the previous day. That portion of her plan went well, but the rest had veered totally off course. It did not help to know her roommate had savored every moment of it from the other side of the wall either. To make matters worse, Alice was frustrated at herself for letting such trivial matters bother her. She stared at the teacup still sitting on the floor. Her pale finger traced its cold rim.
It's as you said, he is harmless. For the time being.
She forced a tone of indifference in order to hide her irritation with her apprentice. It was in this moment that Sojiro's fate was decided.
That's it? You were talking for what seemed like forever.
Relentless, Aoko continued her line of questioning. Alice only stared back icily.
Aoko, I know you were eavesdropping.
She voiced her displeasure at Aoko's behavior in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, the air in the foyer felt cold as ice. They stared at one another, each trying to guess the other's next move.
So you did notice. This doesn't change anything about our deal. I hope that's clear.
Aoko widened her stance and glared at Alice.
I'm a reasonable person, Aoko. It's fine with me if you take 30%.
Completely unperturbed by Aoko's warlike posturing, a simple look was all Alice needed to keep her roommate in check.
Down from that? Down from all of it? Ha, not a chance. Fly too high and you may lose those wings, Aoko.
Alice remained calm and dignified, not moving a muscle. It felt like hours passed as the two stared at each other in silence. Aoko was grinding her teeth in frustration. At this rate, their alliance would be in tatters before they even confronted their foe. And worst of all, she knew Alice had the upper hand.
Cheapskate?
Aoko accepted her defense with a
Fine, you get 60, I get 40.
It pained her to settle for less. Alice nodded in satisfaction.
Well, but I'm the head of the house, and you're the one who brought him here. So it's your job to collect rent. Fine. This sucks. I should have gone to alchemy instead, then all my problems would be solved. Not really. Not even alchemists are immune to market downturns.
Alice spoke with the confidence of someone with first-hand experience of such matters, yet Aoko only nodded absent-mindedly in response. Their bitter fight was over how to split the take of Sojiro's rent now that he was officially going to move in. Not the most becoming quarrel for a pair of mages. Forcing a boy to live with them and then demanding he pay rent was beyond extortion. It was truly vicious.
Since we're even discussing this, I assume that means you've accepted his presence in the mansion?
Aoko was triumphantly satisfied with herself.
The only thing I've accepted is my responsibility for not catching him with the bounded field in the park that night. I mean, it's not as if I can blame it all on you and your promise to him. Oh, that promise.
Aoko looked at the ceiling as she recalled the night at the amusement park. Only a week at most had passed since then, but Aoko already felt that Sojiro's fate and her own had become intrinsically linked. Or perhaps They'd always been connected by fate since the moment they met. She could not see the future, so there was no way to know for sure.
Fate aside, he's not a bad egg, besides being weird, I mean.
A thought uttered to herself in self-confirmation more than to Alice. Alice could only look on in annoyance. Perhaps in an attempt to voice her displeasure at her comment.
You know about his injury, Aoko? Injury? What injury?
Alice raised her slender fingers to her mouth as if to push the words back in. She had blurted it out in the heat of the moment. A secret that no one else was supposed to know, but that which one couldn't keep to herself. Aoko tilted her head in confusion.
I see.
Alice looked relieved for some reason. Her sudden antipathy towards Aoko had dissipated as well.
Ignorance is bliss, I suppose,
said Alice as she took a sip of her cold tea. She made no attempt to explain who was fortunate or why. A moment later, her beautiful face contorted in revulsion.
Yuck.
She abandoned the cup on the floor once more. Her black dress was unceremoniously scrunched up as she stood. Just one sip of the underbrewed tea sent her fleeing to the drawing room to remove the bad taste from her mouth. As soon as she was gone, Aoko hesitantly took the teacup in her own hands. It was almost certainly better left untasted, but she could not help but wonder how Sojiro's tea could arouse such a strong response. After one small sip, she returned it quietly to the floor.
Yep, he should have used the tea bags like I told him to, dummy.
The expression on her face was nearly identical to that of her roommates. All right. Nice. I saw we got...
Are you for real too? Are you for real?
Yep. Although before that, looks like there's a bonus story here, but we'll save that for next time. Looks like we're, according to the shelf, we're about halfway done with the game, but I'd say it's closer to 30 or 40%.
And that especially for like super long chapters.
Yeah. I estimate this game's going to take us somewhere between 10 and 15 streams. All right. Yep. So thanks for watching, everyone. We will be back on Saturday next week, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I should also note that Saturday night next week, daylight savings time ends. So starting Sunday next week, we're going to be starting an hour later than we usually do. But yeah, Saturday's the same time as always. So see you then.